Hey everyone, my name is Faizan Khan, and in this video you will be learning how to create a student management system using Python and MySQL database. So this is the login system for that student management system. So from here the user will type the username and will enter the password. So if you don't enter any username or any password and directly try to click on this login button, it will give you this error message that fields cannot be empty, right? So once you enter the username and password, suppose if I enter any random username and random password and try to log in it will say that invalid username or password. Okay, so you will have to enter the correct username and password, then only you will be able to log in. So the correct username is my name and the correct password is 1234. So now if I try to log in, it says welcome Faizan. Okay, if I click on OK, you see this is the student management system that we will be creating step by step. So at the top here you can see the current date and current time. Then here you see this student management system text. Okay, and at the top on the right hand side you see this connect to database. So first step is to connect to database, then only we will be able to add students or search students or delete students, or we can update students, right? Or we can display students, or we can export data of students. So right now you can either click on this connect to database or you can simply exit. So if I try to connect to database, here I need to enter the host name, username and the password. So host name is nothing but the local host. Okay, username is my name and the password is 1234. So if I click on connect, it says invalid details. Okay, so if you won't enter the correct details, it will tell you that the details are invalid. So I think instead of Faizan username, the correct username was root. So if I try with this one, so now you can see that you are now connected with the database. Successful message is displayed here. So once I click on OK, you can see all these buttons are now enabled. So you can use all these buttons here. So first of all, let me just see how many students are already registered, like how many students data is already there in the database, MySQL database. So if I click on this show students, you can see these are the students whose data is already present in this MySQL database. Okay, so I can see the horizontal view here. Okay, so you can see what are the details that I have added. Firstly we have ID, then name, mobile number, email, address, gender, date of birth, added date and added time. Okay, so these are the details. Now so this is the way to see how many students are already present in the database. Okay, but if you want to add some new student, so you can simply click on this add student. Here you need to enter the ID. Okay, and ID has to be unique. Like if you will try to enter ID from here, like if you try to enter ID number 5, then it won't add your data to the database. Okay, so ID has to be unique. So let me try ID number 6 because 6 is not there. Then I can try some name here like Shadab. Okay, some phone number, and then some email ID. Similarly address, then gender is male and date of birth is 5 July. Okay, suppose I have entered all these details, and now once I click on the submit button, it says ID 6 and name Shadab added successfully. Do you want to clean the form? So if you want to clean the form, you will select this yes option, and if you don't want to clean the form, just select this no option. So I want to clean the form, so I'll select yes. So once you clean the form, you can see Shadab with ID 6 is registered here, right? So this is the data that you can see. Okay, so all the details, ID, name, mobile number, everything is registered here. So this is how you can add some new student data, okay, in your database. Similarly, if you have a lot of data here in your database and you want to search for some particular student, suppose if I try to search for Alia, okay, so I'll simply go to this search button, okay, and here I can search Alia with ID, name, phone number, email address, okay, email address or particular home address or gender or date of birth, any out of these, okay. So let's search Alia with ID. So if I enter 4 here and if I click on search, you can see we are getting Alia result, okay. So since ID is unique, so we are getting just one result here, okay. Similarly, if you want to search students who are female or students who are male, you can simply enter the gender here and click on the search button. So you will see all the members who are male here, okay, all the students who are male. Okay, now if you want to delete any student, like if I want to delete this Varun from here, okay, so I'll select Varun and I'll click on this delete student, so it will simply delete that particular row, okay, so this is deleted from your database. And in the same way, if you want to update any student details, okay, like if I want to update this fifth number, so I'll simply select this and click on this update student, and here whatever you want to update you can update. Like for example, if I want to change the address from Lucknow to Delhi, I can do that, okay. Once I do the changes, I can simply click on this update button and it will simply be updated here. So now if I show you the address of Faizan, you can see here it's Delhi now, okay. So this is how you can update the data. After that, you can also export this complete data, or you can export based on your search. Like if you want to export data of only females, okay, suppose if I want to export data of females in Excel file, okay, so there are only 3 females and I want to add these 3 females data in my Excel file. So I'll simply click on this export data button, and from here I'll just provide the name that this is the female data, okay, and I'll save it on my desktop. I'll click on the save button and you can see it is saved successfully. So let me just show you if it is saved on my desktop or not. So here you can see this is our females data. If I open it, here you can see the details, okay, right. I hope you have understood. So these are all the details of females, okay. So this is how it works. Then at last we have this exit button. So if I'll click on this exit, it will ask me, do you want to exit? So if I'll say no, nothing will happen. But if I'll say yes, this window will be closed, okay. So this is our project that we will be creating step by step from scratch. So I hope you're gonna like it, okay. Just follow along. If you'll have any doubts, let me know in the comment section. I'll be happy to help you. Okay, so let's start by building this login form first of all, okay. So here, as you can see, we need to firstly create a GUI window, and on that GUI window we need to add one background image. This is the background image that I have used, and on that I'll be adding this logo and then this username, password and its corresponding entry fields, and then this login button. So these things, we'll see how we can create all this, okay. So I hope in your system Python and some editor which can be PyCharm is already installed, okay. If you don't have these two, then you can simply check the video links given in the description of this video, okay. From there you can install Python and PyCharm and then you can continue watching this video, okay. So what I'll do, once you'll open your PyCharm, you need to go to this file, select new project. Here you need to provide project folder name. It can be student management system or anything, okay. Student management system, okay. Let me add YT also for YouTube. because I already have the same folder name. Okay, so now I just need to click on this create button and I want this project to open on a new window. So our project is getting ready here. So once this is done, next step is to create a Python file inside which you will write your code. So just right click on this folder name and select this Python file. And here you can give the Python file name as main or any name of your choice. Okay. So this is the Python file inside which we will be writing our code. So first of all, as I told you, we will be creating a window, right? And on that window, we will be adding one background image. So let's see how we can create this. So for creating a graphical user interface, we have one library which is Tkinter, which is inbuilt actually. Okay, so we do not need to install it. It comes with Python interpreter only. So you just need to import it. Okay, so the way is you will have to write from Tkinter import asterisk. So this line means that you are importing all the classes and methods which are present inside this Tkinter module. So Tkinter module is nothing but a file where all the classes and the methods are defined which help us in creating graphical user interface. Okay, so you can assume that this is a file inside which we have lots of classes and methods which help us in creating graphical user interface very easily. Okay, so for creating window, we have a class inside this module. Okay, and the class name is TK. Okay, this class will help you in creating graphical user interface, your window basically. Okay, so basically you have to create object of this class, and object name can be anything, like for example root or window or maybe your name. Okay, so this is how you create object of TK class. Okay, you take the class and assign it to some variable. Once you create object of TK class, then you need to use one of the method present inside this TK class. Okay, and that method can be accessed with the help of this object variable window. So we'll use this window dot main loop. So this main loop method is present inside this class. Okay, and we can access it with this variable with the help of this variable. So this variable dot main loop method. So what this main loop method will do, it will simply keep your window on a loop, okay, so that you can see it continuously. Now if I will run it, so just right click and run main, you can see we are getting our window here. Okay, but if I don't use this line, you won't be able to see the window. If I run it now, you can see the code ended successfully, right? We were not able to see the window. So in order to see your window, you need to put it on a loop so that you can see it continuously. So that's why we use this main loop method. After this, we need to add some width and the height to our window. So by default, this is the width and the height. Okay, so how can we set the width and the height? We have another method inside this TK class. So we'll use that method with the help of this window object. So we'll write window dot geometry. Okay, and to this geometry method, we will be passing the width and the height in the form of a string. Okay, so width that I have used in my original project is 1280, then small x, then 700 is the height. Okay, so now if I run it, you will see that the width and the height is increased here. Okay, so I hope you understood it. Now if I run it again, you will see that every time you will run, you will see the different position of your window. Okay, but if you want to fix it, we can do that. Like if I want my window to start from 0th position only every time I run the code, then what you'll have to do, you will have to mention +0 and +0. So this plus 0 is nothing but the distance from the x-axis, okay, of your window, and this 0 is the distance from the y-axis of your window, okay. So this is the geometry. Now after adding the width and the height, I want one more thing to happen. So this is the maximize button. If I click on it, you can see its size is getting changed, okay. Since we have already fixed the window size, so I don't want its size to be changed when I click on the maximize button. So I want to disable that maximize button. So what is the way? For that also we have a class method inside this tk class, okay. So we'll use that method. So we'll write window dot resizable, and to this resizable method we will pass false value for the width and false value for the height, like this. Now if I'll run it, you will see the maximize button is disabled, and now you cannot change the window size. It's of fixed size now, okay. After that you need to add the background image, okay. So I will be providing you the link in the description of this video. So you need to click on that link and download all the files that are required in this project, okay. So what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to my original project, and from there I'm going to copy the background image, okay, that I have used in my original project, and I'll paste here. You also need to do the same thing, okay. And let me also tell you from where I got this image, okay. So you can simply go to your web browser, and there you can simply search for pexels.com website, okay. And from here you can search for some background images, and you can download any image of your choice, whichever you like, okay. So from here I got that image, and I downloaded it. I resized it using paint, or you can use some online tool to resize it, okay. So this is the size of that JPEG image that I have downloaded. You can also use PNG image if you want, okay. So since I am using JPEG image here, so JPEG image cannot be directly used in the code. So in order to use JPG or JPEG images, we will have to install one external module, which is Pillow, okay. So what you guys have to do, just go to your terminal, and there you need to type pip install Pillow, like this, and hit enter. So it will be successfully installed. So once this is installed, you just need to import it, okay. So how you have to import it, you'll have to write from pil, okay. This is nothing but Python image library, okay. So from pil you need to import image tk, okay, image tk, like this. So this is nothing but the class which will help you to import JPG images in your code, okay. If you will be using PNG image, then you don't have to install this Pillow module, okay. Then you don't require this image tk class. So once you do that, next thing is that we need to import this image in our code. So the way is, we'll be using image tk, the class that we imported, okay, dot photo image, okay, photo image, and to this photo image we need to pass the file name that you need to import in your code. So the file name is bg.jpg, okay. So basically you will have to create its object. So the object name can be anything like background image, okay. So this image will now be represented by this variable. So this is the way of importing any image in your code, Okay, after importing this image, now you need to add this image on your window, right? So for adding image or text on your window, you will have to use a label, and on that label you will have to add this image. So firstly we will be creating a label, and on that label we will be adding this background image. Okay, so the way of creating a label is by using the label class. So this label class is present inside this Tkinter module. Okay, so we can use this label class and it will create label for us, and on that label we can add this background image. Okay, so where you want to see this label, first thing you need to mention that inside these parentheses. So I want to see this label on my window, so I'll mention window here. Okay, next thing, I want to see image on this label, so I'll mention image and the image name, which is background image. As I told you, this image is represented by this variable now. Okay, so we need to create object of this label, so it can be uh, bg label for background label. Okay, it can be any name of your choice. So this is the bg label. Now I need to place it in order to see it on our window, because if I will run at this stage, you won't be able to see that label or image. The reason is because we have just created a label. Okay, but we also need to tell our window that where you want to see this label. Okay, so in order to do that, we have a method inside this label class, okay, which help us in placing our image or our label on the screen, on the window. Okay, so I'll use this bg label dot place method. So there is this place method where we need to mention the x and the y values, x coordinate value and y coordinate value. So since we want the image to start from the starting position from the top right corner, so the top right corner coordinates are 0 comma 0. Okay, so x will be 0 and y will also be 0. So now if I run it, now you can see we are able to see the image on our window, right? And the image is starting from this position, and this position is nothing but 0 comma 0. If I change these dimensions here, like for example if I change it to 50 and this one also 50, so now the image will start from 50 comma 50 coordinate. Okay, this is the position, right? But we want to see the image from the starting position, that's why we have mentioned x0 and y0. I hope this is clear to you, right? So this is how you add a background image. Now after adding the background image, after that let me just show you what we need to create. Yeah, so once the background image is added, now we need to add this logo label. Okay, and all this complete thing that you see, logo label, username, corresponding fields, and this button, all these is inside a frame. So I will be creating a frame, and inside that frame I will be adding this logo. Okay, and then I will be adding these text, okay, and these corresponding fields and this button inside that particular frame only. So let me first create a frame. So frame can be created with the help of a frame class. So frame is nothing but a kind of container inside which we keep our labels or buttons. Okay, so this is the frame and you want it inside your window only, right? So that's why I'm passing window here. After that, I'll have to give some name to this frame. Basically we are creating object of this frame, so it will be login frame. So this frame is nothing but the container that we created. Okay, and inside this frame we will be adding that logo image, then some labels where the label name will be username, password, then entry fields, okay, and then that particular button. So we need to place this login frame also. Okay, so everything that we create like frame or label or button, okay, we need to place them on our window. So we will use login frame dot place method. Okay, and here we will again mention the x value and the y value. So x value would be 400 and the y value would be 150. Okay, so these are the values that I have taken in my original project. So if I run, you will not be able to see that frame because it's just a container. Okay, but once we will be adding logo and other things, you will see that particular frame. Okay, so firstly let me just add uh, that logo image. Okay, firstly we need to import logo image that you will be adding on a label. As I told you, you cannot directly add image. Okay, you will have to firstly create a label and on that label you can add the image. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just give a name here that this is nothing but a logo image. Okay, and I'll be using photo image class to import that image. Okay, and I'll mention the file name. Since I will be downloading PNG image, so that's why I am not applying this class image tk dot. Okay, this is applied only when you are using JPG image. Okay, so if I am using PNG image, then only photo image class is sufficient. Okay, and here you need to mention the image name that you want to import. So firstly you will be downloading the image, then you will be adding that image in this particular folder, and then you will mention the name here. So let me tell you from where you can download that image. So just go to your browser and search for flaticon.com website. Once you go there, just search for student or anything similar to that. So you will be getting these images. Okay, from here whichever you want, whichever you like if you want to use this one, you can simply click on this one and then you can select the size 64 px. Let me just check in my original project what is the image size that I have used. So this is 150 cross 150 png. Okay, so I think you can use 128 px. Okay, I think that size would be uh, fine. So just simply click on this free download. Okay, then you can simply copy that image and paste it in that student management system folder. So here I'll change it to logo.png. Okay, so this is that image. So I'll simply mention this same image here, logo.png. So this is how you import an image. After importing the image, now you need to create a label, and on that label you need to add this image. So I'll be using label class to create a label. This label will be inside this login frame. Okay, because we created this login frame as a container to add logo label and some text, username, password and button inside this particular frame only. Okay, so we will simply mention that we want this label to be inside this login frame. So I'll give some name to this label. It can be logo label. Okay, after that I'll be adding image on this label. So I'll mention the image name, which is logo image, like this, and then I can simply place it on our window. After creating the label, you have to place it also, right? Because if you run at this stage, you won't be able to see that label. So in order to place, we can use either this place method, or we have some more methods which you can use in order to place. One is this grid also. So you can use this grid method. Here you need to mention the row value and column value. So we will be mentioning row value as 0 and column value as 0. Why row value and column value are 0? Because inside this login frame, this is the first thing getting added. Okay, before this logo label there was nothing inside this login frame, so I'm adding this logo label first thing inside this frame, so that's why it will be at row 0 and column 0. So inside this grid method we have to mention row and column value. Inside this place method we will have to mention x and the y coordinate value. Okay, so if I'll run, now you can see this is that logo label that we added. Okay, I think this size is little bit smaller, so what you can do, you can go back to flat icon and instead of 125 you can download 256. I think this will be much bigger. Let's see how does it look. So I'll simply copy it and I will paste here, or you can simply download from the description. Okay, that 150 cross 150 png, or if you want to resize it, you can resize the images as well using paint or some online tool. Yeah, so this is the image that we are getting here. Okay, so if you think this is fine, then you can use it or you can simply resize it. So let me just tell you how you can resize any image. Okay, so the image that I have downloaded, it's in my download folder. I'll simply open this with paint. Okay, and then here you see this resize option. You can go to this pixels and from here you can change it to 150 or 160, whatever size you choose. Okay, and then simply click on OK and then simply click save. Okay, or you can use shortcut key Control S. Once you save it, now you can copy it again and then you can paste it. So this will be logo.png and I'll simply overwrite the previous one. Now if I run it, yeah, so this is the size that we are getting here. Okay, so I hope this is clear. So after adding this, now we need to add two labels, okay, with some text on it. So let me just run the previous project. So you can see this was the image. If you want to use this image, you can use it also. So after adding the logo image, next is we need to add these two labels, and on these two labels this time we have text along with the image. Okay, we have image firstly and then we have text on that label. Okay, and its corresponding entry field. So let's see how we can create it. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to create again a label and it will be username label this time. Okay, and it will be created with the help of a label class only, and this label has to be inside our login frame, right? And this time instead of adding image on a label, I will be adding text, and the text would be username. I actually want to add image also, just like you saw in this original one. Firstly we have the image and then we have the text, so both things we need to add this time. So I'll be adding image also on it. Okay, so I need to add image here, so we need to import image, but before importing we need to get that image. So again we'll be going to that particular flat icon website, and from there we can search for username. Okay, and see, this is the one that I think I have used in my original project, or you can download any of your choice, it's up to you. Okay, let me use this colorful one. From here you can select the size. Let me just check what size I have used in my original one. uh, yeah, it's 32 cross 32 png, so I'll download this 32px. So you can simply download it. then copy it and paste it, user.png with the name. Okay, then you need to import it. So way is, you have to use photo image class. You need to pass the file name, and the file name is user.png. Okay, and this image will now be represented with this variable name, username image. Okay, and this variable can be used here, username image, like this. So now if I will run, you won't be able to see anything. Can you tell me why is that? Because we just created the label, but we have not placed it on our window, right? So let's place it. So we'll write username label dot grid method. Okay, I'll tell you why I'm using grid method here and not place. So I'll mention row value as 1 and column value as 0. Let's see what will happen. So now if I run it, you see this was our logo image, and then this is our username image. So we are only seeing this username image, but we are not able to see the text. Why is that? So we are just seeing the image, but we are not able to see the text. So in order to see both text and image, we need to pass one argument here, which is compound. Okay, and its value would be left or right. So if you want to see the image on the left hand side of this text, then you will pass left here, otherwise right. So now if I'll run, so you can see we are able to see the image and text, right? Let me increase let me increase the size of this particular text. Okay, so I'll provide some font to it. So let me move it to a new line, and here I'll mention the font, and font has to be mentioned in the form of a tuple, meaning inside parenthesis. Okay, so the font that I am going to use is Times New Roman. This is the styling. After that we need to mention the size. So size is 20 px. Size is 20 px. Okay, 20 pixels, and then I'll make the text as bold, like this. So now if I'll run, you will see the change in the font, right? Just after this username, okay, we need to create its corresponding entry field, okay, where you will enter the username. So in order to create entry field, we will be using entry class. Okay, so you can see how easy it is, how what easiness this module is providing us. With the help of this module, we are able to use the classes and the methods, okay, with the help of which we are able to create graphical user interface very easily, right? So here we are using this entry class, and where you want to see this entry class on inside this login frame. So we'll pass login frame, and we'll give some name to this entry class. So it can be username entry. Okay, and then you can simply place it. So username entry dot grid method, and this time the row value will remain 1. Why 1? Because it has to be just next to this username label, right? So that's why row is same, only the column value will change. So column will become 1. Here column is 0, and here the column will become 1. Now if I run it, you see we are getting the entry field here. Okay, but this is not looking nice. What is happening here? This logo image, which was set at row 0 and column 0, is taking column 0 space. Okay, because column 1 is starting from this position where we have added this entry field, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to provide 2 column spaces to this logo image or logo label. Okay, so to this grid method, I'm going to pass column span of 2. Okay, so what this column span will do, this logo label will now take two column spaces, right? Column 0 and column 1. So it will take two column spaces like this. Okay, so this is taking two column spaces now. I hope this is clear to you. So the text that I'm entering inside this entry field is not looking good. So I need to provide some font to this text. So I'll simply copy this font from here. It will be the same font. And I am going to paste it inside this entry class like this. Now if I run it, yeah, so this is how it looks. Okay, I hope this is clear to you. And also you can set the background color of this frame to white so that it can match with the background image. Okay, so where we have created that frame, yeah, so this is our login frame, right? Here I'll change the background color to white so that it can match with the background image. Now if I run it, you see now everything is white. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. Now I want to see some spacing between this logo image and this entry field or this username label. Okay, so in order to see some vertical spacing, what we can do, to this grid method, I'll pass pad y. Okay, so it will provide some vertical spacing. So I'm going to give 10 pixels vertical spacing. Similarly to this grid method also, pad y equals to 10 px, and similarly to this entry field, pad y equals to 10. Now if I run it, you will see some spacing, right? This is the spacing. Similarly, I want to see some spacing between this username and this entry field. So I'll add pad x between these two. So here I'll mention pad x equals to 20, and similarly here also I can add pad x equals to 20. See these values, it's up to you what value you want to give. It's up to you. Okay, so this is the padding that I have added. Another thing that I would like to add here is the background color of this label. I want to set it to white so that it can match with this image only. So this is our username label, right? After providing the font, I'll set the background color to white like this, bg equals to white. So now you can see the background color is white here. Okay, after that I will be providing some border to this entry field. So for adding border, we just need to add bd equals to 5. Okay, so 5 pixel border will be added like this. I hope this is clear to you. Okay, now the text that you are typing is coming in black color. If you want to change the text color, you can do that too. So for changing the text color, you will have to use FG, and here you can mention the color name. So color name can be any name like royal blue. Okay, let me tell you what colors you can use in Tkinter. You can use a lot of colors. So just go to Google and search for Tkinter color. Okay, so these are the images that you can download. So any one out of these you can download, and you can check the colors which you can use in this Tkinter. Okay, so from there only, this was one of the color royal blue that I'm using here. So now if I run it, if I type, you will see that this is the royal blue color. Okay, I hope this is clear to you. Just like we created this username and its corresponding entry field, in the same way we will have to create password and its corresponding entry field. So what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to copy these 3 lines and I will make the changes, because the changes are only minor changes. Okay, so I'll paste here. Right now if I'll run, you won't see the changes, because the new label and entry field is simply overlapped on this previous one, right? Because row value and column value is not changed. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to change the row value to 2, and here also row value will be 2. Now if I run it, you'll see the same thing here. Okay, so I don't want to use the same thing, so what I'll do, I'll change the username text to password. Okay, and then I will be adding one password image here, so let me just change the name to password image. Okay, so let me just download the password image first. So I'll go to Google, same website, pixels.com, oh sorry, flaticon.com, and here instead of username, this time I'll search for password, and just download whichever you like. Okay, so I'm gonna download this one. Once this is downloaded, I'll copy it and I'm gonna paste it. So this one will be password.png, like this. Now you can replace this user.png with password.png. Okay, and here instead of username image, this time it will be password image. Okay, and you also need to replace these username label to password label. Okay, so you can place multiple cursors in PyCharm with the help of Alt key and mouse left button. Okay, so when you press Alt key and mouse left button, you will see multiple cursors blinking. Okay, and then you can do the change. So it will be password label, right? Everything else I think will remain as it is for this password label. And here inside this entry field, I need to change the variable name. So instead of user entry, this time it will become password entry. Everything else will remain as it is. So now if I run it, you see we are getting username, its entry field, password, and its entry field, right? So I hope this is clear to you. At the end, we want login button, right? So let's quickly create that login button. So in order to create a button, we will be using a button class, and this button has to be inside my login frame, right? And you want to see some text on it, right? So the text would be login, like this. Okay, and let me just give some name to this button. It will be login button, right? And then I'll simply place it on my window. So I'll use grid method. So this time this has to be at row number 3. Why row 3? Because at row 2 we already had this password entry, right? And this password label. So this time it will be at row 3, just below this password entry and password label. Okay, and column will be 1 or 0, wherever you want to see it. So if I run it, so if you want to see it here, you can put it here, but I think if you will add it at column 1, then it would look better, like this. Okay, so let me just provide some font to this text. So I'm simply going to copy this font from here and I'll paste here. Let me change the font size to 14. Now if I run it, you see this is how it looks. Okay, and if you want to add some vertical padding, you can do that. Like if you want, you can provide some pad by 10, so you'll see some spacing. Okay, after that we can also increase its width, button width. So let me just add some width here. So width will be 15 pixels. So if I run it, yeah, so this is how it looks. Okay, I can also provide some background color. Okay, And the text color, so let me change the text color to white. So let me just move it to a new line, and here FG, which is nothing but the text color, I'll change it to white. Okay, and the background color, uh, let me just add some background color to this button, and the background color I'm gonna give as corn flower blue. Okay, this is the color that you can check on that particular image that I asked you to download. Okay, now if I run it, you can see this is the background color, corn flower blue. Okay, and white is the text color. So this is how it looks, and you see when I'm clicking on it, you are able to see that black color and that white color. Okay, so these are known as active background and active foreground color. Okay, so if you want to see the same color when you click on the button, okay, so you will mention the active background as the corn flower blue. Okay, now if you'll click on it, you will see the background color same. Okay, similarly if you want to see the text color also same, so you'll mention active foreground as white. So you can do that. Let me move it to a new line, active foreground equals to white, like this. Okay, now one more thing that I would like to add here, if I bring my mouse pointer on this button, it should change to hand symbol. For that, I'll mention cursor equals to hand 2. So this is the value. Okay, so now if I bring my mouse pointer on this button, it is changing to hand symbol. So I hope this is clear to you. So this is how I have designed this login system in my original project. So I hope this is clear to you how you have to design it. If you have any doubts, let me know in the comment section. Now let's work on the functionality of it. Like when I'm not entering anything and I'm directly clicking on this login button, I should see an error message box which says that fields cannot be empty. Okay, and then when I enter some wrong details here and click on this login button, it should say that incorrect details. Okay, but if I enter the correct details and click on this login button, it should display me a message box that login successful. Okay, and then it should redirect to that student management system page, okay, that we yet need to create. Okay, so firstly, let's see if the fields are blank and we click on that login button, we should see that fields are required. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to provide a command to this uh, login button. Okay, so whenever you will be clicking on this login button, this particular command will be called. So this is nothing but a function that I'm going to define. Okay, so function name I'm giving as login. So I'll define this function at the top, just after these import lines. So here I'll write def login, like this. So when you will click on that button, okay, this function will be called, and whatever you will write inside this function, that code will be executed. So for now I have simply written print hello. So when you will click on that login button, you will see hello getting printed on the console, right, like this. Okay, but we don't have to print hello. What we have to do here, we have to check that if entry fields are empty or not, right? So which are the entry fields? Entry fields are named as username entry and password entry, right? So we'll use these variable names here, as these variables are simply defining those particular entry fields, right? So I'll use username entry dot get method. Okay, so we are simply getting whatever is there on the username entry field. Okay, if there is nothing, means if there is nothing, it means it will be equal to null, right? This is nothing but null. So if there will be nothing, then this condition will become true. Okay, or password entry dot get. Okay, I'll check this one also, that if this is also equal to null or not. So if both of them will be null, then this condition will become true, or any one out of these two will be null, then this condition will become true. Okay, so if any one is null, then also this condition will become true. If both of them are null, then also this condition will become true. In that case, I will display a message box. Okay, so in order to display a message box, you need to import it. So the way of importing is from Tkinter import message box. So this message box is additional module which is there inside this Tkinter module. So this is the way of importing it. Okay, so inside this message box only we have some methods which help us in displaying message box, some information message box, some error message box. Okay, like that. So we'll be using this module and we need to display error message box. So we will use this show error method, and to this show error method we need to pass two things. First is the title and the second is the method. So the title that I'm going to use is error. Okay, that you will see at the top on the title bar. Then the message would be fields cannot be empty. Fields cannot be empty. Empty, like this. Okay, so now if I'll run it, right now both the fields are null, right? Both the fields are null, and if I click on it, you see fields cannot be empty, right? If I fill one and keep the other one as empty and click on login, still it says fields cannot be empty, right? But if I enter in both the fields and now I click on login, nothing, we are not seeing that message box, right? So if this condition will become true, then only we will be seeing this message box. Otherwise we won't be able to see anything because we have not written any code after that, right? Okay, so next condition that we need to apply is to check whether the user has entered the correct details or not. So we will check another condition. So we'll use elif username entry dot get. Okay, if this is equals to Faizan, or your name you can write. Okay, so if this will be equal to Faizan, okay, and password entry dot get will be equals to 1234. If both of them will be true, then only this condition will become true. Means if the username will write, if inside username field you will write Faizan and inside password field you will write 1234, then only this condition will become true. If you write Faizan but password as 123456, then this condition will become false. Okay, if you will write correct password but wrong username, then also this condition will become false. So this will only be true when you will write both the things correctly, right? Username and password both has to be correct. In that case, I will simply display a message box. So I will simply show info. Okay, and here again we need to pass the title. So I'll pass the title as success. Okay, and I'll mention welcome. Okay, that's it. So now if I run it, so if I don't enter anything and click on login, you are seeing fields cannot be empty. If I enter the username as Faizan but password as something random, okay, this is incorrect, this is correct. So still nothing is happening, right? But if I enter the correct username and correct password, so something is wrong. Why we are not able to see the message box? I think we have written the correct thing. Okay, here you can see the F is capital. I was writing F as small, right? So I need to write F as capital here, and the password will be 1234. So if both the fields are correct, then only you will see that success message box, okay, that welcome. So once I click on OK, I should see another window. Okay, so that code we will be writing in next video. Okay, but what if the username and the passwords are incorrect? In that case, we'll simply move to the else part. Okay, and in the else part, I'll display a message box dot show error. Again, I'll show the error message box. The title will be error only, and the message would be please enter correct credentials. Okay, now if I run it, if I enter wrong username and wrong password, if I click on login, it says please enter correct details, credentials. Okay, if I enter correct username but wrong password, still it will say the same thing, right? Let me just capitalize it, right? If I enter both things correctly, then only you will see the success message box. It says welcome. Okay, so what I want when I see this welcome message box, and once I click on OK, I should see that another window. Okay, that will be our student management system window. So how can we see that? Okay, so let me just show you in my original project how does that work. So if I run this code, if I'm entering username and password, and once I click on login, it says welcome Faizan, and once I click on OK, I'm redirecting to this student management system window. Okay, so this is the GUI that we need to create. Okay, so here, as you know, at the top we have date and time, then this is slider student management system text. Okay, then we have this connect to database. So firstly we will have to connect to database, then only we will be able to add a student or search a student or delete a student or update a student or show all the students or export its data. Okay, so let's see firstly how we can design this. Okay, then we will work on the functionality part. So I can simply exit from here. So I'll go back to my new project. Okay, I'm gonna create a new Python file here. So I'll right click on this folder name and I'll select Python file. Here I'll give the Python file name. It can be anything. So I'll go with SMS, which stands for Student Management System. Okay. So basically what I have to do, so when I'm seeing this success message box, right? Welcome, right? Just after this, I'm simply going to import this SMS file. Okay, so whatever code that you will be writing here, that will simply be executed here. Okay, so if you will be creating a GUI window here, so that GUI window you will see once you will click on OK, right? So just like we created GUI yesterday, here also we will be creating in the same way. So we firstly need to import Tkinter module. So from Tkinter we will be importing all the classes and methods. So this is the way of doing that. Then we need to create our window. So this time I'll give the window name as root. Okay, and we just have to create object of tk class. Then we need to keep our window on loop so that we can see it continuously. So the method was main loop, if you remember, right? So this helps our window to be continuous on our screen so that we can see it, right? Now if I'll run this particular file, right click and run SMS, you can see we are seeing this window. Okay, so let me just show you from this file that once you will see this welcome message box, after that you will see this new window that we just created here. Okay, so before that let me just rename this file to login so that it is understood by you. So I'll simply refract it and rename it to login.py instead of main.py. Okay, so now let me just run it. So if I'll not enter any details, then you will see error message box that's fields cannot be empty, right? But if you enter some wrong details and try to log in, you are seeing this message box that please enter correct credentials. Okay, and now if you enter the correct details and click on login, it says welcome. Now once you click on OK, see, we are getting this new window that we created. Okay, what we want, that once we see this window, our previous window, this login system window, should be closed automatically, right? So what I'll do, once I import this, just after that I'm going to destroy our window, means we'll simply close it once this new window is imported. So this new window we will see, and this old login system window will be closed. Let me just run it. So if I enter username and password, if I click on login, so welcome. Okay, it is not getting closed. Why is that? So I think I need to can't invoke destroy command, application has been destroyed. Okay, so this error message is because this window is continuously on a loop, right? Main loop, right? So the other code just after this line is not getting executed, means this line is not getting executed. So that's why you are seeing this error. So what you need to do, just before you import, you can close your window, right? Once your previous window will be destroyed, and you will be able to see the new window. Let me just run it again. So once I click on OK, you see the previous window got closed and then the new window is imported here. Okay, so this is what we wanted. So again we will do the same thing. We will provide some width and the height to this window. We will add some title here, and I think I forgot to add title to this one, this login window, right? The title you can see here is TK, which is by default. We can change it. So here just after providing the width and the height, you can use another method of TK class, which is title, and here you can pass the title in the form of a string. So this is login system of string management system. Okay, so now if you'll run, you will see this title, login system of string management system. I hope this is clear to you. Now let's go back to our sms.py. So we are going to use geometry method, and here we will pass width and the height in the form of a string. Okay, so the width that I have used in my original project is 1174, and the height that I used is 680. Okay, and then I'll place this window at a distance of 0 from the x-axis and at a distance of 0 from y-axis. So the window will start appearing from this position, okay, top left corner. So now if I run it, if I enter the details, yeah, so this is the size of our window, okay, and it is appearing from 0 position, okay, 0x and 0y. But if you want, you can change these values, like if you want to go with 50 distance from the x-axis and 20 distance from the y-axis, you can do that. So you will your window will appear at that particular distance. Let me just enter the username and password. Yeah, so you can see this is the distance. After that, I'll add title. So I'll use title method, and here I'll pass the title in the form of a string. So this is nothing but a student management system. Okay, so now this time I'll run this application. Okay, so you can see that title student management system is set here. After that, I'll simply disable this maximize button so that its width and height cannot be modified. So I'll write root dot resizable method, and here we will pass false value for the width and false value for the height. Okay, you can also use false comma false if you want, both will work in the same way. So now if I run it, you see it's disabled, so you cannot modify width and the height of your window. Now let me run the original project once. Let me enter the details here. Okay, so if you see this window, okay, this window is divided into two frames. Okay, one frame is this one where we have all these buttons inside it. Okay, another frame is this one where we have all these columns: id, name, mobile number, email. So this is known as tree view. Okay, so this complete thing is inside another frame. So there is one left frame and then there is one right frame, and inside left frame I have added all these buttons and this logo image, and then in the right frame I have added this tree view. Okay, where you will see the columns, all these columns and the data of students that you will be adding. Okay, so let me show you one image that will demonstrate what I just explained to you. So this is that image. Here you can see this is our left frame where I will be adding all the buttons, and this is our right frame where we will be adding our tree view. Okay, then at the top we have date time label, okay, with the text, and then we have a heading label. Okay, there is some heading, student management system, and then we have one button, connect db button, okay, database button. So let's see one by one. So firstly we will see how we can display date and time here at the top. Okay, so coming back to the code here, so I'm gonna create a date time label. Okay, and as you know, the label is created with the help of a label class, and this label I want inside my window, right? So I'll pass root here because root is the name of my window. After that, I'll provide some text. Okay, but this text will be changed, right? Because here we will be displaying date and time, so we will see the logic how we can get the current date and time. So for now let me just display some text like hello, so that you can see where exactly this text is appearing. So if I run at this stage, you won't be able to see it. I guess you know now why you are not seeing this text or particularly this label. Okay, the reason is because you have just created the label and you have not placed it. So let me just place it. So I'll write datetime label dot place method, and let me just place it from x-axis at a distance of 5, and from y-axis at a distance of 5. Let's see where this text appears. Yeah, so this is the text that we are seeing. Okay, but for now I won't be adding any text. I'll add this text later on, but for now let me just add some font for the text, okay, that we will be adding here. So the font that I'm gonna use is Times New Roman. Okay, the size of the text will be 18, and I'll make the text as bold. Okay, so now if I'll run it, we'll see some change here. Okay, so for now we don't have to display this text. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna call a function just after this, and I'll name it clock. Okay, so this is the function that I'm calling from here. After creating this label, I'm calling a function. So I need to define this function, right? So I'll define all my functions at the top after this import line. So I'll give a comment here that this is nothing but the functionality part, and here also I'll add one more comment that this is nothing but the GUI part, like this. So here I'll define all my functions. So first function is clock. Okay, so inside this function I'll add the code of displaying date and time, where we just displayed hello, right, at that particular position. So position is already set, we just need to update the text. Okay, so firstly let's see how we can get date and time. So in order to get date and time, you need to import one module. So the module name is time, so we just need to import it, import time, and this one is inbuilt module, so we don't have to install it. Now inside this function we simply going to use this module, and we're gonna call one function which is strf time. Okay, so this will give us the time or date. Okay, this gives us both the things in a formatted way. So here we just need to pass the formatted string for date. Okay, so we'll have to use %d for day, then this is the separation /, then %m for month, and then %y for year. Okay, so if you want to see complete 2022, then you have to mention capital Y, otherwise you can mention small y if you want to see just 22. Okay, so since I want to see complete 2022, that's why I'm mentioning capital Y here. So this will give us the current date, and that I can store in some variable date. Okay, in the same way I can get the time. So I'll create a variable time. So inside, or not time, because time is already a module, so I can use some other variable like current time. Okay, and the way is similar, so we'll use the strf time method only, and here this time we'll pass the format of time. So %h for hours, then colon as a separator, then %m for minutes, then colon again as a separator, then %s to see seconds. Okay, so this will give us date and then current time. So if I print these two things, date comma current time, so you'll see on the console that once I run this program, you will see the current date and time getting printed. So you can see this is the current date and this is the current time. Okay, so I hope you understood it. So we don't have to print date and time. What we have to do, we have to display this date and time on this label. Okay, because we remove the text from here. So now to update the text on this label, we'll have to use this label name, and the label name is date time label. So we'll write date time label dot config method. So this config method is used to update something on this label. So here I'm going to update the text, and the text would be date, right? So I'm gonna use f string here. So f string is simply used to concatenate the string with a variable. Okay, so first thing that we want to show is this date string, and after that we will be showing the date. So date is inside this variable, right? So if I want to use variable, I'll have to use inside this curly braces. So I'll mention date variable here, like this. So now if I'll run it, you'll see date at the top. Okay, now in the new line only I want to see the time. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll use the new line character, which is nothing but \n, and then I'll mention time as the string, and the time is stored inside this current time variable. So I'll simply use this current time variable, like this. Now if I run it, So you see we got the date and we got the time in the new line. Okay, so here you see the alignment is not proper, so what you can do, you can simply provide some spacing here, okay, in the starting of date. So now it is proper. Okay, so this is how date and time is displayed. But if you see, the time is displayed, but these seconds are not like this is 53, it should be 54, 55. After every second this number should be changed, but this one is not changing. So how can we change this? Like it should be continuously changing. So for that, what we want, after 1 second I want to call this function again, right? After 1 second I want to call this function again and update my date time label. So what I'll do, I'll write here date time label dot after. Okay, so this after method is used to update something after some time. Okay, and first thing here we need to mention the time in milliseconds. So if you want to repeat it after 1 second, so 1 second is nothing but 1000 milliseconds, right? So I'll pass 1000 milliseconds here, and after 1 second basically I'm gonna call this clock function again. So I'll pass clock function here without parenthesis. So what will happen, when you will run, you will see date and time, and after 1 second again this clock function will be called. So you will see the seconds getting updated, okay, after every 1 second. So I hope you are getting this. Now if I'll run it, you see the seconds are getting updated because after every 1 second the clock function is getting called again and again. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. Okay, so after this we will be creating slider text. Okay, so again we will be firstly creating a label just after this. So I'll name it slider label, and this will be created with the help of a label class, and this one will also be inside my root window only. And then I will be adding text on this label. So this time instead of directly adding the text, I'm adding a variable here. Okay, I need to define this variable. So basically inside this variable I will be adding that complete string. Okay, and the string is string management system, like this. Okay, uh, so let me just simply add this on our screen, I mean place it. So I'll use this place method, and where you want to see it, it has to be at the top center position, right? So let me just take x equals to 200 and y as 0, and let me just run it. So you see this is the student management system text that we are getting. Okay, let me just change the font of this text. So I'll copy the font from here and I'll paste here. Instead of Times New Roman, let me just use a style Arial, and I'll change the size as 28, and I'll make it italic bold. Let me just run it. Yeah, so this is the text that we are getting. Okay, but we don't have to see it continuously like complete text. We'll have to create a slider, so one by one letter will get attached. Okay, so it will look cool. So how can we do that? So here also I will be calling one function that will help me in doing that stuff. Okay, so the function name is slider and I'm calling it just after creating this label. So I need to define this function. So either you can define this function just above it or below it, it's up to you. So I'll be defining it above it. So I'll write def slider. Okay, so this s variable is containing the complete string, right? So one by one I will be accessing element of this string. So at s0 we have s, and at s1 we have t, and s2 we have u, and so on. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to create two variables here, count, and initial value of it will be 0, and there is a variable text which is empty initially. Okay, then what I'm going to do, I'm going to update this text variable. Okay, so I'll update its value, and s is nothing but containing that string, right? This is string management system string is inside s, and in square brackets I'll pass this count variable. So count variable is having value 0. So s of 0 is nothing but this s first element, right? S of 0. Okay, and then s of 1 is this t, as I told you, right? So let me just comment down here that s of count is nothing but this capital S. Okay, when count value is 0. Okay, when this count value will be 1, then s of count will become t, and this way it will keep on increasing if you'll increase the value of count. I hope you are getting this. So see, this variable value cannot be updated inside a function. Okay, so in order to update its value inside a function, you have to make this variable as global. So inside this function you will have to use global text. Okay, now you can modify its value inside this function. So inside this text, in the starting, what we are going to get, we are going to get s. Okay, in the starting we are going to get s, and this s I will be simply updating on this label. Okay, slider label. So I'll write here slider label dot config, and I'll update the text, and the text is nothing but this text variable only, this one. Okay, so now if I run it, you see we are only able to see this s. Okay, now to see the other element like t, after s we have t, so what we can do, we can change this count value to 1. So this time you will see t, right? And if you change it to 2, you will see u, and so on. Okay, so initially this is set to 0 only. Okay, what I'm going to do here, just like inside this function I called this clock function again after every 1 second. Okay, so it was showing the time. Okay, the seconds were moving, then this particular number was moving after 1 second. In the same thing, in the same way I'll do it here also. So I'm using this slider label, I'm going to update this slider label, right? So after every 300 milliseconds I'm gonna call this slider function. Okay, so after every 300 seconds, if you'll call this slider function, so the text will simply be updated. So if I run it, you see s, and this will simply increase continuously. Okay, because every time this slider function is getting called after 300 milliseconds. If you want to try it after 1 second, so you'll have to pass 1000 milliseconds here. So after every 1 second, you will see s getting added here. Okay, but you don't have to see just the first element, you have to see other elements also of this string management system, right? So how can you do it? Just after updating on the slider the first element, after that I'll increase the count value to 1 by 1. Okay, so I'll write count plus equals to 1 like this. Okay, and I think I need to make this count variable also global to change its value. Okay, now if I run it, you see student, and this way it will go till end. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. Let me just increase some time here, I mean decrease it, so 300 milliseconds would be fine. So string management system. Okay, so I hope this is clear. But what I want is, after once this is completed, the text is completed, it should again start from S. Okay, it should not stop at this position. I don't want to see this complete text. I want it to repeat itself again and again. So what I'll do here, I'll check a condition. I'll apply condition here, that if this count variable reaches the length of s, okay, reaches the length of s. So if you calculate the length of s, so this is nothing but the number of characters inside this string, right? This is the length. So when this count variable reaches the length of s, because this count variable value is getting increased, right? So when it will reach the length of s, means when it will reach the last character, then I will simply make the count value back to 0 and will make the text back to null. Okay, so again it will start from the first letter, that is s. So this time you will see the change. Student management system, again student management system. So this way it will work. So I hope this is clear to you. Let me just add some width to this label. Okay, so I'll go to this label and I'm gonna add some width to it. So width would be 30, like this. Now if I run it, yeah, so this is how it will look now. Student management system. So I hope this is clear to you. Okay, it's very easy. Just after creating the label, okay, and initially on the label you set this is student management system. I think if we can remove this, still it will work fine if we don't add some text initially. Okay, so we have just created a label and then we are calling a function slider. Inside this slider function, I have taken variable text, okay, and updating its value. So initially first letter will come inside this text variable that you will see on a slider label, okay, and after 300 milliseconds this function will be called again, and since count value is getting increased by 1, so you will see second character inside this text, and that will be updated on this slider label, and this way it will continue. And once it will reach the last character, then simply the count value will become 0 and the text will become null, and it will again start. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. Now after adding date, time, and this is slider text, now let's add the button connect to database button here, okay, on the right side. So I'll create a button here. So this is a connect button, and button is created with the help of a button class, and this button has to be inside my window only. So I'll pass root here. Then the text on the button will be connect database, like this. Okay, so now if I'll run it, you can't see it because we have not placed it. So let me place it. Connect button dot place method, and it should be on the right hand side, right? So what value of x we should take? So let's try with 900, and y let's try with 0 only. So y will be 0. Oh, end object has, okay, I forgot to add x assign. Okay, now if I run it, so here we are able to see this connect database. Let me move it more to the right hand side. So I'll increase this value to maybe 980. Yeah, I think this is fine. Okay, but this button is not looking similar to the button which is in my original project. So if I run my original one, directly this sms.py file, so you see this button is very much different than that one, right? So how can we create button like this. Okay, so this is nothing but theme is applied on this button. Okay, so let's see how we can apply theme. So the way of applying theme is we will have to install one external module which is TTK themes. Okay, and with the help of that we will be able to apply theme. So just go to your terminal and there you need to type pip install TTK themes like this and hit enter. So once this is downloaded, you just need to import it. Import TTK themes. Okay, so once you import TTK themes module, then you need to change this TK class to ttk.themed class. Okay, which works in the similar way just like this TK class. Okay, but that class has theme. Okay, so you just need to replace this TK class with ttk themes dot themed TK class. Okay, as I said, this themed TK class is similar to that TK class only. So it has all these methods, similar methods. Okay, but one advantage of using this class is that we can apply theme on buttons. Okay, so to apply theme, we will firstly have to get theme. So root dot get themes method. Okay, so this will get all the themes and then we need to set theme. So we'll write root dot set theme. Okay, and here we need to pass the theme name and which themes you can apply. Let me just go to the browser and there let me tell you which themes you can apply. So ttk themes python, you can search and you can visit this website ttk-themes.readdocs and here you can go to this theme section and these are the themes that you can apply. So these are the theme names like Adapta is there, Aquativo is there, similarly Arc is there, so the one that I have applied in my original project is this Radiance. Okay, so I'm gonna apply this one. So here you just need to pass that name Radiance. Okay, instead of Radiance you can use some other theme also, whichever theme you like you can simply put the name here. Okay, so now after setting the theme, if you run at this stage you won't see any change. Can't find package theme Radiance. Okay, so this R has to be small here, it cannot be capital. Okay, so now if I run it, yeah, so you can't see any change here. So this is the way of setting the theme. Okay, now to apply this theme on buttons, what you have to do, you have to import from Tkinter import ttk. Okay, so this is additional module, okay, that we need to import ttk. So this helps us in applying theme on button. So how do you use it? You just have to write ttk dot, that's it. Okay, so wherever you want to apply theme just add ttk dot. So now if you'll run you'll see Radiance theme on this button, right? So I hope you are clear how you have to apply theme. You will have to import this ttk which is extra module, okay, additional module which is inside Tkinter module. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. Now after adding these three things, now let's create our left frame inside which we will be adding our buttons. Okay, add student, search student, update student, delete student and all that. And inside right frame we will be adding our tree view where you will see all the columns, right? So let's firstly create our left frame. So here I'll give the name to my frame as left frame, and this frame will be created with the help of a frame class only, and this frame has to be inside my window, right? After this, now we need to place this frame. So left frame dot place, and where I will place it. So I want it on the left hand side, so I'll use smaller values of x, right? And I'll use y as 80. Okay. So if I'll run at this stage, you won't be able to see this frame, okay, because we have just created a frame. But if you provide some width and the height to this frame, then you will be able to see this frame. So if I provide some width like 300 and height like 600, okay, now if I run it, still you can't see it because the frame color and the background color of this window both are similar. But if you change the frame color, then you will see this particular frame. So if I change the background color of our frame to red, now if I run it, you see this is the frame that was created. Let me just place this window from 0th position, right? So I'll change these values here. Instead of 50 and 20, I'll add 0 comma 0, 0 plus 0. Okay, so window will appear from this position. So this is our left frame that I am creating. Okay, and inside this left frame only I will be adding that logo image at the top, then all the buttons. Okay, so let me just add logo image first of all. So I'll give it a name like logo underscore image, and this will be created with the help of sorry, I can import this image with the help of photo image class, right? And here I'll pass the file name. So image, I actually already downloaded it, but I'll tell you. So you just need to go to flat icon website, and here search for student. Okay, so I have downloaded this one in my project. Okay, so from here you can select the size, whatever size you want to choose. So actually I have resized it to 75 pixels, I think. So I'll simply resize it. So you just need to open this image and just right click and resize it, or you can go to paint and from there you can resize it. So I'll change it to 75 pixels. Okay, save resized image, and I'll save it on my desktop, and from there I'll copy this. So this is that image. I'll copy from here and I'll paste in my code. So I'll give it a name student.png. okay, so here the file name is student.png. I hope you understood it. So after importing the image, now you need to create a label, and on that label you need to add this logo image. So I'll give the label name as logo label. Okay, and I'll be using label class. This label has to be now inside this left frame, so I'll pass left frame here. Okay, then the image will be this logo image. I hope you are getting it. After adding this image on this label, now I can simply place it. So this time instead of place, I'll be using grid method, because inside a frame, if you see, everything is in different rows and columns are similar, right? If you notice the original project, let me just run the original one again. If you see inside this particular frame, this image is at row 0 and column 0, this button is at row 1 column 0, so only row values will change, column will remain same. So this grid method is basically easy here to use. That's why I'm using grid method. Otherwise, in case of place, we will have to give x and y values. Okay, so it's a bit complicated to get the correct x and y values. Okay, that's why I'm using grid, because it's easier to use here. I hope you are getting this. Okay, so row value will be 0 and column will be 0. Now if I run it, you see we are getting this logo image here. Okay, let me just remove the background color from this frame. I just want it to match with the window color. So yeah, that's it. Now let me just add student button. Okay, so add student button, and we'll be using a button class. This button has to be inside my left frame. The text on this button has to be add student. Okay, and if I simply grid it, so add student dot grid, where I'll grade it just below this logo label. So it has to be at row number 1 and column will be 0. Now if I run it, you see this is our add student button. Okay, let me just provide some vertical spacing between this logo and this button. Okay, so let me just add pad y of 20, padding 20. So you'll see some spacing here, right? I hope you got it. And now I want this button similar to this one. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna apply theme here. So to apply theme, we just have to write ttk dot. That's it, before button. Now if I run it, this is created. And now let me just add next buttons. Okay, so the buttons will be added in a similar way. So I'll simply copy this one and I'll paste here. So after add student, next button will be search student button. So instead of add, I'll change it to search student. Okay, and the text will also change here, search student. Okay, and this one will be at row 2, column will remain 0 only, like this. Okay, I hope you are getting it. Now after search student, next one will be update student. Okay, or we can add delete student. So let me just firstly add delete student. Okay, I'll change the text to delete and row value will change to 3. Now if I run it, you see add, search, delete. After that we need update student. So this one is update student and row value will change to 4, right? Just after this, let me just check in my original which are the remaining buttons. So add student, then search student, delete, update. After that show student, export data and exit. Okay, so let me just add show student, show student button, and here the text will be show student. Okay, column will be 5. Just next to this one, export student, right? So here the text will change to export data and row number will become 6. And the last one is exit. Okay, so this is exit Let me just remove student from here, so it should be exit button. Okay, and here the text will change to exit, row value will change to 7. Yeah, so this is how we have to add buttons here, okay, inside this particular left frame. So I hope this is clear to you. Let me just provide some width to these buttons. Okay, let me increase the width so that all these buttons should be of similar width. Okay, right now you can see this is of smaller width and this is of bigger width. So we can start from this add student button. We will be providing same width to all these buttons. So let me place multiple cursors with the help of Alt key and mouse left button. And here the width will be 25. Okay, now if I run it, you see the change in the widths. Now we have to create our right frame, and inside that we will have to create tree view. Okay, so if I show you in my original project what is that tree view, let me just connect to the database. Okay, so if I click on show students, you see all these students here, right? So this is nothing but the tree view, okay, where we have all these columns: ID, name, mobile, email, and so on. Okay, address, gender, date of birth, added date, added time. So this is the tree view that we need to create inside the right frame. Okay, so let's see how we can create our right frame. So right frame will be created in the similar way just like we created our left frame. So I'll simply copy this left frame from here and I'll paste here. Okay, and I'll change the name to right frame, right? But this will be placed at different x and y coordinates, right? So it will be placed at 350 distance from the x-axis, and y distance will be similar to the left frame only. Okay, so height will be similar of both the frames. Then width, that will be bigger than the left frame, so it will be 820, which I have used in my original, and height will be similar, which is 600. So now if I run it, so somewhere here this frame will be created. Okay, let me just add a background color so that you can see this particular frame. So bg equals to yellow. So yeah, so this is our right frame which is created. Okay, now inside this right frame only we will have to create tree view. Okay, so let me just remove this background color from here, and to create tree view we will have to use tree view class, but that tree view class is not present inside Tkinter module. Actually it's present inside this ttk module, so we will have to use this ttk module to get that class, tree view class. Okay, so we'll write ttk dot tree view. Okay, so with the help of ttk module I am accessing this tree view class. Okay, now this tree view has to be inside our right frame, and what will be the columns of this tree view, that we need to mention here. So columns, you can give some ID to those columns, right? So it will be names of that columns basically. So first column name I'm giving ID. Okay, second column name I'm giving as name only. Then third column name I'm giving as mobile number, and this way how many columns you want, you can simply give names to those columns. So next column is email. Okay, then there will be address, after that gender. Yeah, so after gender I'll move it to a new line, and here it will be DOB, date of birth, then added date, and lastly added time. So these many columns will be created. So let me just count how many columns will be there. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. 9 columns will be created. So I'm going to give some name to this tree view. So it will be student table. Okay, this is the name. And once you create tree view, then again you need to place it, just like we placed earlier things, right? So we'll use this student table dot. We can either go with place method, or we can go with grid method, but we also have one third method which is used to place, and which is pack here. Okay, so this is very easy, and this one is generally used when the complexity is very less. Okay, like when you want something to be added either at the top or left or right or bottom, then only this pack method is used. I'll be using this pack method, okay, just to show you how it works. So if I run it, you can see the columns are created here, right? But you can't see the columns which are after this, right? So you need to create one scroll bar and attach to this tree view. Okay, one horizontal scroll bar and one vertical scroll bar. Okay, so if you ever will be wanting to see the bottom view, like if you have a lot of data and you want to see the results at the bottom, then you need to scroll down, right? And if you want to see the horizontal view, then you will have to scroll to the right, right? So let's attach two scroll bars to this tree view, and you can see this tree view has taken this much space only, right? If you want to expand it to the fullest, like it should be expanded in the complete frame, like the frame was still here, 600 height was of that frame, right? So you can mention fill as both, so it will simply fill both x and y axis. Okay, it will simply fill both x and y axis, and then you can expand it, expand to 1. So it will simply be expanded in the complete frame like this, right? So now it's expanded to the complete frame. I hope you got it. Now let's attach horizontal and vertical scroll bars to see the data. Okay, so before attaching the scroll bars, we need to create scroll bars here. Okay, so first one is scroll bar x, okay, which is horizontal scroll bar. So scroll bar x, and the scroll bar is created with the help of a scroll bar class, and this scroll bar I want to see in my right frame. Okay, and the orient of this scroll bar has to be horizontal like this. So if you won't pass orient, so by default it will be vertical scroll bar only. So if you want the scroll bar to be of horizontal, then you need to pass orient as horizontal here. Okay, so just like you created scroll bar x, you need to create a scroll bar y, and it will be created in a similar way. So I'm simply going to copy this same line with the help of Control D in PyCharm. Okay, so I'll replace this name to sorry, I'll change this x to y only. So this one is a scroll bar y, and the orient for this one will be vertical. So if you don't pass vertical, it will be vertical only. Okay, so after creating the scroll bars, if I'll run at this stage, you will not be able to see those scroll bars. Again, the reason is same, that you need to place them. Okay, so where I'll place them, so I'll write scroll bar x dot pack, and I'll pack this scroll bar X at the bottom. So side here will be bottom, like this. Okay, and this should be filling the complete x-axis, right? This should fill complete x-axis. So fill assign X. Now if I run it, you can see the scroll bar is attached here, and it has filled complete x-axis here. In the similar way, I will add the scroll bar Y on the right hand side. Okay, and will fill the complete y-axis of this frame. So I'll write scroll bar Y dot pack method, and here the side will be right. Okay, and I'll fill the complete y-axis. So now if I'll run it, you can see the scroll bar is created, but right now this scroll bar is not working. Okay, like I mean to say that this scroll bar is not functioning with this tree view. Okay, so what I want, when I scroll it down, I should see bottom view of this tree view. Similarly, if I scroll to the right, I should see right view of this tree view. Okay, so in order to see it, we need to bind these scroll bars with this tree view. Okay, we need to set them with this tree view. So how can we set? So to this tree view class, we'll have to pass x scroll command equals to scroll bar x dot set, like this. So now if I run, you will see that this is now set with this tree view. Okay, you see its size is increased, it is set with this tree view, but you are not able to see the horizontal view, right, of the right hand side. So in order to see that, you will have to configure your scroll bar X. So you'll have to write scroll bar X dot config, and here you need to pass the command equals to student table dot X view, right? You want to see the X view of student table, okay, when you move the scroll bar. Let me run. So now if I move it, you see we are able to see the X view of our student table, right? I hope this is clear, that when you will move the scroll bar, you want to see student table X view, right? Similarly, if I run it again, you see this is not set with the vertical view. This is not set. So firstly we will set here. So y scroll command equals to scroll bar y dot set. Now if I'll run, you see now it is set. Okay, now it is set. Okay, once this is set, after that you want to see y view. Whenever you scroll your y scroll bar, you want to see y view, right? So you can simply copy this line and you can replace the variable scroll bar y, and in case of that you want to see student table y view, so you'll mention y view here. Okay, since we don't have much data to see the y view here right now, okay, but once we will have data, then you will see that this scroll bar will become active and you will be able to see the y view when you will scroll it down, just like you are seeing this right view, okay, by scrolling this to the right. I hope this is clear to you. So this is how you will have to attach horizontal and vertical bars, okay, with this tree view. I hope this is clear to you. Now after creating this tree view, okay, now you need to add headings here, right? You need to add text to these columns. Okay, like here it should be ID, here it should be name, here it should be email, and so on. So how can we do it? We will have to use this student table dot heading method, and here firstly we will mention the ID, like what is the column name. So first column name is id that we mentioned here. You see, this is the column name id. Okay, so first column, which is id, its text I want to be id only, like this. So now if I run, you can see we are seeing this id, but it should be from this position, right? Why we are seeing this text here and not here? So we will be using this student table dot config method, and here we will show only headings. Okay, so I'll pass headings here. So now that first column will be removed, which was empty. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. And similarly the second one, so I'll copy the same line. The second column name was name, and the text of that column will be name as well. So now if I run it, you see id name. So I hope this is clear to you. Now column the third column name here, if you see, is mobile number, right? Or you can just name it mobile, or you can name it anything. Okay, it's up to you. So I'll simply copy the same line, and third column name is mobile. So I'll provide the text as mobile number, like this. So you'll see mobile number here. Okay, in the same way we can add email address. Okay, then the address of home. Okay, then other details like gender, date of birth, added date, added time. Okay, so let me just quickly do the changes here. Okay, now if I run it, you see id, name, mobile number, email address, gender, date of birth, added date, and added time. So these are all the columns of our tree view. So I hope you understood here. So this is how the GUI is created, and initially these all buttons will be disabled. So these will be enabled only when you will connect to the database. Okay, so what I want, when I click on this connect database, I should see one GUI window, right? So that functionality we will see in the next video. Okay, how we will connect to the database, how we will be able to add students. Okay, all these functionalities we will see in the next video. So I hope till here you guys have understood everything. Let me just disable these buttons initially. So what I'll do, where I have created these buttons, yeah, so these are the buttons. So I'll simply place multiple cursors and will make the state of these buttons to disable. So state will be disabled. Similarly for the remaining buttons, except for the exit button. So exit button will be enabled. So state will be disabled. So these states will be enabled once you will connect to the database. So right now you see all these are disabled. So I hope till here everything is clear. In this particular part, we will see how we can connect to the database. Okay. So let me run my original project to show you what we need to create. So here if I click on this connect to database, you see we are getting this new window, okay, where we need to enter host name, username and password. So first of all, we will be designing this. So once we click on this connect to database, we should see this new window. So let's see how we can create it. So this is our connect to database button. Here I am going to provide a command equals to connect database. Okay, this is nothing but a function name, and this we will be defining at the top, just like we define our other functions. Okay, so I'll provide some spaces here, and here I'll write def connect database. So for now, if I just print hello world here to show you what will happen if I'll click on that button. Okay, so once I log in, I'm seeing this student management system window. So once I click on this connect database, you can see here on the console hello world is getting printed. It means whenever I'll click on that button, this particular function connect database will be called, and whatever code that you are going to write, that code will be executed. Okay, so what we need to do here, we need to create a new GUI window, right? So in order to create GUI window on top of our main window, we use top level class. Okay, so we'll be simply creating object of this top level class, and that object name will be nothing but the window name. Okay, so it can be connect window like this. Okay, so now if I run it and click on connect database, you see we are getting our window here. Alright, now we need to set its size. Okay, so in order to set width and height, just like we had geometry method in our TK class, in the same way we have geometry method inside this top level class. Okay, here we need to provide width and the height. So the width is 470 and the height is 250, and the distance from the x axis of our window is 730, and the distance from the y axis is 230. So now if I run it, if I click connect database, yeah, so this is our width, okay, 470, and this is the height 250, and this is 730 distance from the x axis, and this is 230 distance from the y axis. Okay, let me change its title. Instead of student management system, I'll set it to database connection. So here we'll use this object dot title method, and we'll pass the title in the form of a string. So the title will be database connection. After that, we'll make it non-resizable, so we'll use this resizable method, and here we'll pass false value for the width and false value for the height, so that the width and the height cannot be maximized. Okay, it should be of fixed size, right? Right now it is getting maximized. I think I made some mistake. Yeah, so the mistake is this root. Okay, I have to use this object, right, because I have to make this window non-resizable. So I'll use connect window. Okay, now if I run it again, now you see this is disabled. Okay, so you cannot drag it or maximize its size. Okay, this is of fixed size now. After that, we will be creating a label here, host name label, and then its corresponding entry field, okay, where you will enter the host name. After that, we will create username label, and then user name entry field, okay, then password label and password entry field. So let's see. So firstly, I'll create host name label, and since it's a label, so it will be created with the help of a label class, and this label will be inside my connect window, right? So if you'll pass root here instead of connect window, then this label would appear on that main window. Okay, so I have to display this on a connect window. After that, the text would be host name. Okay, and then we can provide font for this text. So the styling would be Arial, size for the text would be 20, and I'll make the text as bold. After that, the text color that I have used in my original project is red 4. So if you want, you can add that red 4 color or any color of your choice, or if you want to go with simply black color, then you don't have to mention any foreground color. Okay, once you create this, after that you need to grid it or place it. Okay, so host name label dot grid method. I'm going to use grid method because the look, the GUI look is actually in the form of grid, right? The host name label is at row 0 and it said entry field is at row 0 column 1. Okay, so that's why I'm using grid method here. It is easier to use. So row will be 0 and column would be 0. Okay, and now in order to create its corresponding entry field, so I'll name it host entry, and I'll be using entry class to create this entry field, and this entry again has to be inside this connect window only. Okay, then we can provide font for this text. The styling I'm gonna use is Roman. The size for the text is 15, and then the text would be bold. Okay, and then I can also provide some border to it, like border of 2, and then I can simply grid it. So host entry dot grid, and this time just tell me what will be the row and column value here. Since I want this entry field just next to this host name label, so row value will remain same and the column value will change, right? So row will be 0 only and column will change to 1. Now if I run it, if I click on connect database, you see host name and then we are getting our entry field here. Okay, I'm going to provide some padding here, paddx between this host name and this entry field. So paddx of 30 or 40. Okay, and then we can also provide some pad y of 20 pixels. Okay, like that. So this is how it looks now, and let me just add paddx to this host name as well. Okay, so here I'll mention paddx equals to 20. Now after creating these two, next we need to create username label. So I'll copy this host name label from here because it will be created in the similar way only. So I'll paste here, then host name will change to username. Okay, everything else will remain same, only the row value will change because this username will be in a new row, and here I'll change the variable to username label. Okay, now if I run it, yeah, this is how it looks. Okay, now its corresponding entry field will be created in the similar way. So I'll copy this entry field from here and I'll paste here. Everything will be as it is. Row number will change to 1, column will be 1 only, and then instead of host entry, this one would be username entry. Okay, let's run and see. Yeah, so this is fine. Now the next one is password. So again I'll copy this label from here and then I'll paste here. This one will be password label. Okay, and the text here will change to password. Row value will be 2 column will be 0, everything else will remain as it is. Then its corresponding entry field, so I will copy this one and I'll paste. Then I'll change the variable name to password entry, okay, and column value will remain as it is, row value will change to 2. Yeah, so I hope this is clear to you how we have added these labels and its entry field. Okay, now the last thing is we need to add a connect button here. Okay, so we'll create one connect button, and we'll be using button class. This button will also be inside my connect window only. Okay, then the text on this button would be connect, and then I'll simply grade it. So I'll write connect button dot grade method. So where I'll grade it, so row will be 3 only, okay, because at row 2 we have this password entry and password label. And then column, so what should be the column here? So let me just try it with column 0. Let's see how it looks. So we are getting connect button over here. Okay, and let me just apply a theme onto this button. So for that we just have to add ttk dot before this button class, like this. Now if you will provide column as 1, then you will see button at this position. So if you want to see button at this position, provide column 0, otherwise provide column 1. Okay, but if you want to see button in between, okay, in that case you can provide 2 column spaces to this button, and don't provide any column value, just provide that this button will take 2 column spaces, like this. So once it will take 2 column spaces, so it will appear at the center here. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. So this way we have to design this GUI window. Okay, now what we need to do, let me just run my original project once. So if I click on this connect to database, here I need to enter host name, username and password. So if I don't enter anything and directly click on this connect button, it says invalid details. Okay, and if you enter some details which are not valid, again you will be receiving the same message, invalid details. Okay, so in order to connect to the database, you need to enter the correct host name, which is localhost here, and then username, which is root, and then the password 1234. Now if I click on this connect button, it says you are now connected with the database. And once I am connected with the database, you see all these buttons are now enabled, and now I will be able to add student, search student, delete student, and I can perform all these operations here, right? So let's see how we can connect to the database first of all. Okay, so I'm gonna use MySQL database here. Okay, so what you guys have to do, you have to check the link in the description of this video. By watching that video, you will be able to download and install MySQL on your PC very easily. Okay, so just refer to that video, and if you have any doubts, let me know in the comment section. Okay, so I have already installed MySQL on my PC. Okay, just let me show you. So if I type MySQL here, if I open this command line client, and here it is asking me for password, and this password you will be entering while installing MySQL. Okay, so my password is 1234. So MySQL is a database management system, which is nothing but a software which is designed to store, retrieve, define and manage data in the database. Okay, so here we store data in the tabular form. Okay, So we need to write few commands in order to insert data or to update data, okay, or to delete some data. So we have few commands that we need to learn in order to work with database. Okay, so firstly let me just show you how many databases are here. So the command for that is show databases semicolon and hit enter. So you can see all these databases are already created here. Okay, in my database these are all the databases. So if I want to show you this student data, okay, so what I'll do, I'll use student data. So database is changed. Now I can see all the tables of this database. Okay, so I'll write show tables. So you can see there is one table with name student, okay, inside this student data database. Okay, so I can access all the data of this database. I can see all the data of this database. Okay, I can see the description of this database. So let me just first show you the description. So for that you have to write DESC for description, and then you have to mention the table name, which is a student. So here you can see these are the fields that are used in this particular database. So we have ID, name, mobile, email, address, gender, date of birth, date and time. Okay, so these are the things that are there inside this table student. Okay, so let me just show you the complete table, the complete table data. For that you will have to write select star from student, okay, which is nothing but the table name. So if you write this command, then you will see all the content of this student table. Okay, so here you see this is the data that is stored in this particular student table. Okay, so if I run my original project and if I add some data, that data you will see there. So if I enter local host Faizan, root, and then the password 1234, and if I connect, so now let me just add a new data here with ID maybe 100. Okay, name can be J, phone number okay. So after filling all these details, you need to click on the submit. So you see ID 100 and name J added successfully. Do you want to clean the form? Yes. Okay, so you see that the J data is added here, okay, in this tree view. And if I'll show you my database, if I just rerun that command again, so once I press upper arrow key, okay, then I can get the previous command that I have typed. Okay, so this was my previous command. So now if I hit enter, you see the latest data that I have added is this one. Okay, so this data is now added in my database. So this database is created for my original project. Okay, and we will have to create a new database for our project that we are doing right now. Okay, so we'll see how we can create that. So in order to connect your Python code with the database, which is MySQL, you will have to download one external module which acts as an interface or as a connector or as a driver, okay, which help us to connect to the MySQL database. So just go to your terminal and there you need to type pip install MySQL and hit enter. Okay, so once this will be installed, then you just need to import it. Let me tell you one more way of installing any external modules. So you can simply go to this file, settings. After that you see this project, student management system, then click on this Python interpreter, and from here you see this plus icon, just click on it and then search for your module. So module name was MySQL. Okay, since it is already installed, so I'm not gonna install it again, but from here also you can simply click on install package and it will be installed for you. Okay, so this was the second method, and there is one more method. You can simply go to this Python packages, and here you can search for your module MySQL. Okay, and then you just need to click on install. It's already installed for me, so I'm not gonna install it again. But if some module is not installed, then you will see install button over here. You can simply click on it and it will be installed for you. So I hope till here everything is clear to you. So what we are going to do now, firstly let me just import that MySQL. So I'll write import MySQL. Okay, once you import that, next thing is I want the connection to be established when I click on this connect button. Okay, so I'll pass a command here, connect. Okay, now let's define this function, and I'll define this just here at the top. Okay, so I'll write def connect. Okay, so first thing is that you need to establish the connection. Okay, for that you can use MySQL dot connect method. Okay, it will help you to connect with the MySQL database. Okay, and here you need to provide host. So host name you will get from this entry field, host entry. Okay, so we'll write this host entry dot get method. So this will give you whatever host name you will write on that entry field. Okay, after that you need password, username. So we'll pass username here. So username will get from username entry. Okay, and then we want password. So password will get from password entry, like this. Okay, let me just minimize this so that you can see the code completely. I hope till here everything is clear. We have just connected with the database, okay, with the help of MySQL module and this connect method. Okay, so I'll create its object and I can name it con or any variable name, it's up to you. Okay, what this variable will do, this will help us in executing the commands that we were typing on the console. Like in order to create database, we will have to write create database and then the database name, like student management system. Okay, this is the database name. Okay, so this way this is nothing but the command that we are writing. Okay, and in order to execute this command in Python code, we will be using this con variable. So with the help of this variable con, I'll access method cursor, which will help us in executing the commands. Okay, and I'll give the name as my cursor. This is that variable which will help us in executing the commands. Okay, like for updating something, or like for searching something, or for adding the data to the database. For all the commands that you will be writing, this particular variable will help in executing those commands. So I'll add try and except block here. So if you will write the correct details, then you will see a message box that connection established successfully. Okay, for that I can use message box. So I'll import it. So from Tkinter, just like we imported ttk, we can import message box as well. Okay, so from Tkinter import message box. So if the connection is established successfully, then this try block code will be executed, and if there is some error, like you have entered wrong spelling of localhost, or if you have entered wrong username or password, then this except block code will execute. And here also I'll display a message box. So message box dot show error. Okay, and I'll show an error. This is the title, and then the message would be invalid details, like this. Okay, but if you have entered the correct username, host name and password, then this try code block will execute. And here I'll display message box show info. Okay, first thing is the title can be success, and the message would be database connection is successful. Connection is successful, like this. Okay, so let's try this out. So if I run this code, so if I click on connect database, and if I enter wrong details, firstly, it says invalid details, and this error message box is on top of our main window and not on top of our connect database window. Okay, so this is the first thing. Okay, and next thing is, once I click on OK, that window is getting disappeared. Actually it is getting minimized here. If you see, this is the window, right? So I don't want it to minimize. Okay, and then I want to see that message box on top of this window and not on top of our main window, right? But if I enter right details here, suppose localhost, root, and password is 1234, it says database connection is successful. Okay, but again the message box is appearing on our main window and not on our top level window. So to fix this, what we have to do, inside these methods we will have to pass parent here. Okay, so we'll write parent equals to, and parent would be the name of the window on which you want to see these message boxes. Okay, so we want to see these message boxes on this window, connect window, right? So we'll pass connect window here, like this. Okay, and one more thing, I don't want my window to be minimized if I click somewhere else. Okay, so for that, what you can do, you can simply use this variable connect window dot grab set method. Okay, so now wherever like if you will click somewhere else, okay, this window won't be minimized automatically. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you, and you won't be able to click somewhere else. Firstly you will have to close this window, then only you will be able to click somewhere else. Okay, I hope this is clear to you. So now if I don't enter any details, or if I enter wrong details here, if I click on connect, it says invalid details. Okay, but now if I write the correct host name, correct username and correct password, it says database connection is successful. And you see now these message boxes are appearing on top of our database connection window. So I hope this is clear to you. So if you are entering the correct username, host name and password, then this particular code is getting executed, and if you are making some mistake, then this except block code is getting executed. Okay, now what we need to do, we need to create database. Okay, so for that we will create one variable inside which we will store the query. Okay, so the query firstly will be create database, and then you have to write the database name. Okay, so this is basically the command that needs to be executed in order to create database with whatever name you want. So the name that I am going to use is student management system, like this. Okay, so this is the query. Now we need to execute this query. So I told you, in order to execute queries, we will be using this my cursor. Okay, so we'll use this my cursor dot execute method, and here we'll pass the query that needs to be executed. All right. So once you will run this code, you will see in the database this particular database will be created, student management system. Okay, right now if I show you which databases are created there, so let me just delete this command, and if I show you the databases, so you see we have employee 2, information schema, MySQL, performance schema, student table, student data, and sys. These are the databases currently. Okay, but once you will run this code, see database connection is successful. Once we click OK, now let me just show you again, show databases. So now you can see one database is added here, student management system. Okay, now if I use this database here, use database, then the database name is student management system. Okay, sorry, I made a mistake. We just have to use and the database name. We don't have to add this database here. Okay, so we just have to write command use student management system, like this. Okay, so database is changed. Now let's see the tables inside this database. Since we have not added any tables, so it won't show any table to us. Okay, I have made syntax error, so it will be show tables. So see, we are getting empty set here because there are no tables inside this particular database. Okay, because we have just created a database here by writing this query and by executing this. Okay, now in order to create a table inside this database, we will be writing another query. So inside this query variable only, I'll write another query in the form of a string, and firstly we have to use this particular database that we created. So we'll write use and this database name, like this, and then we need to execute this. So we'll write my cursor dot execute, and here we'll pass the query. Okay, once you are inside this student management system database, then you will be creating the table. Okay, so I'll create query variable again, inside which I'll write my command. So in order to create table, we'll have to write command like this, create table, and then the table name, which can be student. Okay, this is the table name, and then in parentheses you need to mention the number of columns. Okay, all the column names basically you need to mention. Okay, so first column name would be ID. Okay, and this will be of type integer. Okay, because ID will contain the numbers only, and then I'll make this ID as not null because I don't want this to be empty. Okay, so user will never be able to make this empty. If they will try to make it empty, you will be getting an error. So there will always be some ID. So I'll make it not null, and then I'll make it primary key. Okay, so that it can be unique. So like there is some ID 100, so another 100 ID cannot be created. Okay, I hope this is clear. After that, we'll create another column, name, and the type of data will be varchar, and number of characters that name can contain are 30. Okay, so your name can be 30 characters long. After that, we'll be adding mobile column, and here we'll mention maximum 10 numbers. Okay, 10 characters. After that, we'll add email varchar 30. Okay, let me move it to a new line, and after email, then we'll add address varchar 50 or maybe 100, it's up to you, and then gender varchar 30, okay, or maybe 20, and then date of birth DOB varchar 20. All right, then we need to enter date and then time. So these are these many columns we need to create. Date varchar 50, and then time varchar 50. Okay, so in order to create table, we'll have to write create table and then the table name, and then inside parentheses we need to mention all the columns that you need to create. So first column is ID, okay, and it is not null and it is primary key. Okay, then we have name, then we have mobile, email, address, gender, date of birth, date and time. Okay, these many columns will be there in your table, and if you want, you can add more columns. So after writing this query, now you need to execute this query. So you will be writing my cursor dot execute, and to this execute method you will pass this query here. So now if I'll run it, you will see in the database this student table will be created inside this database. Okay, so let me just run it. Connect database, hostname localhost, username root, and password 1234. So database connection is successful. Okay, and now let's check. Okay, we are getting error here, can't create database student management system, database exists. Okay, so we are getting this error because we already ran this code, right, when I was showing you this particular query, if this was executed or not. Okay, and again you are running this code, so again this database cannot be created because this is already created. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to add try and except block here. So I'll add try. So if this database is not created, then this try block will be executed, and if this database is already created, then I'll simply go to the except part, and here I'll simply write the code to use this particular database. Okay, so I'll write query equals to use student manage student management system. I don't have to give a space. Okay, so I'll simply use this student management system. So I need to execute this query, so I'll write my cursor dot execute, and I'll pass query to it like this. So if you are running the code for the first time, then this database will be created. Okay, then we'll use this particular database, and then this table will be created. Okay, but if this database is already created, then you will simply go to this except block, and here we will simply use that particular database which is already created. I hope this is clear. Now let me run again. Okay, now I hope I am not getting any error. Yes, I am not getting any error. Now let's check our database if this particular database and that particular table is created or not. So we'll firstly write show databases. Okay, so we'll write show databases. So here we have our student management system. Now we can use this. So we'll write use student management system. Okay, so we'll write use student management system. Okay, once you hit enter, database is changed. Now you can check whether the table is created inside this database or not. For that you will have to write show tables command. So it is showing you empty set. Okay, so the reason is, now when we are trying to run it, this try block code is not getting executed because this database is already created. So our table is not getting created there. Okay, so every time when I am running this code, simply this except block code is getting executed, and here we have not added any code for creating the table, right? We are simply using our database because it is already created for us. So what I can do, either I can change the database name here, or I can delete the already created database which is a student management system. So in order to delete the already created database, you can write this command drop database and then the database name student management system, like this. Okay, so this is now deleted. If you will write show databases, now you won't be seeing this student management system database. See, it's deleted from here. Okay, so the database is now deleted, and now if you will run this code again, this time this try block code will be executed. So firstly this database will be created, then we'll move to this database, and then this table will be created. Okay, and then when you will run this code second time, then this try block code won't be executed, then this particular code will be executed because table is already created. Okay, this database and this table is already created when we are running for the first time. So if I run first time, I hope I am making sense. I hope I am able to explain to you. If you have any doubts, let me know in the comment section. Okay, password is 1234. So see, database connection is successful. So now if I show databases, you see student management system database is created here. Okay, now we can use this. Okay, database is changed. Now I can see tables of this database. So show tables, you can see there is one table student, and if I try to see its data, like what is the data inside this table, so I'll write select from student. Okay, this is the table name, select star from student. So since it does not contain any data right now, so it says empty set. Okay, but we can see its description, like what are the columns inside this table. Okay, so in order to see the description, we'll have to write disk and the table name student. So you see, we are having all these columns inside that student table. Okay, ID, name, mobile, email, address, gender, date of birth, date and time. Here we have type. Okay, so ID is of integer type and other columns are of character types. Okay, and as you can see, the ID is not null, like you cannot keep it empty, and then it's a primary key. It has to be unique. Okay, you cannot have same ID of two persons. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. And once you will run this code again, this time this try block code will not be executed now. Okay, this except block code will only be executed. So I hope this is clear to you. So what I can do, I can display this message box at the end. Okay, so I'll cut from here and I'll display it here like this. So it doesn't make any changes. So firstly, you will enter the username, password and host name. So if this will be correct, then this block code will be executed, and if you have entered anything wrong, then this except block code will be executed. And once this except block code will be executed, after that I don't want it to execute the rest of the statements, okay, rest of the code. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll simply return from here. I hope this is clear to you. I have disabled all these buttons, right? So what I want, once our connection is successful, once you see this message that database connection is successful, after that you want to enable all those buttons, right? So what I can do, I can simply use those button names and will simply update this state. Okay, so I'll use these add button, search button, delete button. Okay, and I'll simply update the state of these buttons. So here I'll write add student button dot config method, and here I'll update the state to normal like this. Similarly, I'll do it for the remaining buttons. So second button is search button. Okay, then we have update button. After that, show student button. Okay, then we have export button, right? So I hope I'm not missing any. Okay, delete button we are missing, so I'll change it to delete student button like this. Now let me run and show you. Oh, I need to write root here. Database connection is successful. Okay, and once the connection is successful, you can see we are seeing all these buttons back to normal, right? And one more thing, once the connection is successful, after that I want to automatically close this window. Okay, so for that, once the connection is successful, once you are seeing this message box, after that I'll simply close that window. So the window name is connect window. Okay, and we'll simply destroy it like this. Okay, since we will be connecting the database again and again, so what I'm going to do, instead of providing every time host name, username, password, let me just directly add host name here, which is localhost, and later on once we finish this project I'll change this. Okay, so this is localhost, then username is root, and the password is 1234 like this. Now if I run it, now I don't have to add hostname, username, password again and again. I just need to click on this connect. It says database connection is successful. Once I click OK, you see that window is closed and these buttons are back to normal. Okay, now what we need to do, once I click on this add student, I should see a new window which is a top level window. Okay, and there we will be seeing some labels like ID, name, email, date of birth, gender, okay, address, okay, and then the corresponding entry fields where we will be entering all those details. And once we will click the submit button, okay, that particular data should be inserted here in our tree view, okay, under these column names, and the same data should also be inserted in our database student management system that we created. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. So once your connection will be established, then you will be using this particular database. So once you will be adding details, so the details will be added inside this database, inside this particular table student. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. So what I want, when I click on this add student button, I should see a new window. Okay, just like you can see here in this original project, when I'm clicking on this add student, I'm able to see this new window, right, where we will be entering all these details of a student. Okay, and once we'll click on this submit button, these details will be saved in our database and will be displayed in this tree view, okay, under these column names. So we will see this functionality, but before that, let's see how we can create this. Okay, so it's very easy. So what we have to do, we have to give a command to this add student. Okay, so here I'll pass a command and the function name would be add student. Okay, so whenever you will click on this button, this particular function will be called, and whatever code that will be inside this, that code will be executed. So in this functionality part, I'll define this function. So firstly, we need to create a new window, which is nothing but a top level window, right? And it will be created with the help of top level class. Here we need to provide some object name, which will be nothing but the window name. So the window would be add window, like this. Okay. Next thing is we need to add, first of all, the ID as you saw in the original one. So what I'll do, I'll create ID label here, and since it's a label, it will be created with the help of a label class. Now this label has to be on this add window, so I'll pass add window here. Then the text on the label would be ID. Okay, after that I'll provide font for this text. So the styling that I'm gonna use is Times New Roman. Size for the text can be 20, and I'll make the text as bold. Okay, and then I'll simply grid it. So I'll write ID label dot grid. You must be wondering why I am not providing any geometry to this top level window. So when I'll be grading it, this window size will automatically increase. Okay, but if you want to provide some width and height initially, you can do that. So if I'll run it, let me just connect to the database. As you remember, last time we have directly inserted host name, username and password in the code. That's why I don't have to enter it here. Okay, so once I click on it, you see we are getting ID. Okay, when once you'll add other labels, the window size will automatically increase. So after adding this ID, now we need to add its corresponding entry field. So we'll mention the name as ID entry, and we'll be using entry class. Again, this entry class has to be inside this add window only. Okay, then we can provide font for the text that you will type inside this entry field. Okay, so I'll go with Roman, and the size for the text will be 15, and I'll make the text as bold. And then I can simply grade it. So ID entry dot grade. Now where I'll grade it, I have not mentioned any row and column value to this grade method. So when you are not mentioning any row and column value, then by default it takes row 0 and column 0 only. Okay, so for this one, since this entry field has to be just next to this ID label, so I'll mention row as 0 only, but the column will change to 1. Okay. So if you see, after ID we are getting the corresponding entry field, okay, where we will mention the ID number. Let me just provide some padding between these two. Okay, so I'll provide pad X to this ID label of 20 pixels. Yeah, so you can see there is some horizontal spacing now. Okay, in the same way, if you want, you can provide some vertical spacing also. So we can provide some pad Y of 15 pixels. Let me increase pad X to 30. So I'm using the same values which I have used in my original project, but you can decrease or increase these values according to your choice. Okay, and then to this entry class I'm going to provide some width. So width would be 24. Okay, and to this grid method I'll be adding some pad Y. Okay, vertical spacing. So vertical spacing has to be this much only, like this ID label. Okay, and also I'll add some pad X of 10 pixels. Okay, so now if I'll run it, you can see this is how it looks now. Okay, so pad X, pad Y, width, these values are changeable. You can change it to your choice. Okay, I hope this is clear. And now after ID, what was next? I need to enter the details here. So next we have name and then phone. Okay, so let's add these two first. So what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to copy these 4 lines because all the labels and their entry fields will be created in the similar way, and I'll paste here. So I just need to change the variable names. So ID label and ID entry will be changed to name label and name entry. Okay, then the text here will change to name, right? Column values will change here. Sorry, row values will change here. So row will become 1. Okay, because at row 0 we have this ID label and ID entry. So at row 1 we will have name label and name entry. Okay, so that's it. Now let's check. Yeah, so this is perfect. Okay, uh, okay, now let's move to the third one, which was phone. So again I'll paste the same thing and I'll do the changes here. Okay, the text here will change to phone, and after that we had email. Here the text will change to email. Okay, and yeah, don't forget to change the row values. Okay, so row here will become 2, then here the row will become 3. Let's run. So we got ID, name, phone, email. Okay, let's see what was next. So ID, name, phone, email. After that we had address, gender, and DOB, which is date of birth. Okay, so let's add address. So again I'll paste, and here I'll change the object variable name. This one would be address label and address entry. The text here will change to address. Row values will change to 4. Okay, after address then we had gender. So this is gender. Row values will change to 5, and last we had DOB, which is date of birth. Okay, so DOB label and DOB entry field, then the text will change to DOB, and row value will be changed to 6. Yeah, so I think this is fine. But one thing that I need to fix here is these labels. Okay, I want them to stick on the left hand side. Okay, to be sticked on the left hand side. For that, what we need to do to these labels, we'll have to provide one keyword argument. Okay, so to this grid method, I'll provide sticky. Okay, and the value will be the direction, east, west. Okay, so west means on the left hand side. So now you will see this ID will be sticked to the west like this. Okay, same thing I'll be doing with all the labels so that they are aligned properly. Okay, so I'll just place multiple cursors with the help of Alt and mouse left button. Yeah, now you see the alignment is proper. Okay, so this is done. At last we need to add a button, okay, which will be add student button. So at the end I'll create add student button, and we'll be using a button class. This button has to be inside add window only. Okay, the text on this button will be add student. Okay, and since I'm going to provide styling to this button, so I'll write ttk dot. Okay, and then I'll simply grade it. So I'll write add student button dot grade method. Okay, and to this grade method I'll be passing a row value which is 7 because I want it just next to this DOB entry, right? So row will be 7 here, and I'll not pass any column here, so but I'll pass column span of 2. So this button will take 2 column spaces, so it will appear at the center position. Okay, between this label and this entry field at row 7. I hope this is clear to you. Yeah, as you can see here, we are getting button like this. Okay, you can also add some vertical spacing to this button so that you can see some spacing. Okay, and we are done with this one. So I'll pass pad y of 10 pixels. That's it, or maybe 15. Okay, so this is done. Now what we have to do, once we fill the information, okay, inside the entry fields, and once we click on this button add a student, the data should be inserted in our database that we created in the previous video. So database name was student management system. So basically the data will be inserted in the table, and the table name was student. Okay, so we will be entering ID. Okay, then name, mobile, email, address, gender, date of birth, date and time. Okay, so for date and time we did not create any entry fields. Okay, but we'll use the variables and we'll store date and time inside those variables and we'll directly insert them inside the database. So we'll see all this. Okay, so I hope till here you guys don't have any confusion. When we are clicking on connect to database, so we are simply using this student management system database. So now we can insert data inside the student management system database. Okay, so we'll see how we can insert data by clicking on this add student. So I'll pass command here. So whenever you'll click add student, this particular command will be called. So the command name that I'm going to provide here is add data. Okay, now let's define this. So we can define it inside this function def add data. So what is the first thing that we need to do? Let me just run the original one again. So if you see this, if I'm not entering any details and directly try to click on the submit button, you see it says all fields are required. So none of the entry fields can be empty. Okay, so firstly we will apply this condition. So here I'll write that if id entry dot get, if this is equals to null, or name entry dot get is equals to null, or phone entry dot get equals to null, or email entry dot get equals to null, or address entry dot get equals to null. Okay, after that, or we have gender, so gender entry dot get equals to null, or dob entry, okay, dot get equals to null. So if all of these or any one out of these entry fields will be null, then this condition will become true. Okay, suppose you have filled all the entry fields but you have left this address entry field blank. Okay, in that case also this condition will become true. Okay, and if you have not filled any of the entry fields, still this condition will become true. So if this condition is becoming true, in that case what I'll do, I'll simply show a message box and I'll show an error message box where the title will be error and the message will be all fields are required. Okay, so if without entering any details, if I directly click on this add student, it says all fields are required. But again, this message box is appearing on our main window and I want to see it on our top level window, add student window. Okay, so for that what we can do, we can pass parent here. So parent will be add window. And one more thing that I would like to do here, so this window can be maximized. Okay, and this does not look good. So what I'll do, I'll make this window non-resizable. For that, as you know, we have a method inside this top level class which is resizable, and we need to pass false value for the width and false value for the height. Okay, now you won't be able to maximize the window. Its size is fixed now. Okay, so this is disabled. Let me add one more thing here. So when this particular window is opened, I should not be able to click on some other button. For example, if I'm clicking on this exit button, as you can see, that particular window is getting minimized. Okay, so this is not a good thing. Okay, so what I'll do, uh, there is one method which is grab set. So that will not allow me to click somewhere else, okay, until and unless I close this particular top level window. Now you'll see that. So once I open this window, okay, if I try to click some other button, now I'm not able to click. So once I'll close this window, then only I will be able to click on some other button. Okay, and even I cannot close this window. Firstly, I'll have to close this window, and then only I'll be able to close some other window. So this is what I wanted. So I hope it's clear. Now once I fill all the details, ID, name, phone, email, address, gender, date of birth, and when I click on this add student, all the details should be inserted in our database. Okay, so let's see this thing first. So I'll simply go to the else part. I'm gonna write a query to insert data inside database. So I'll take a variable query. We need to write insert into then the table name. So table name is student. Let me just verify it once. So the database name is student management system and the table name is student. Okay, and these are all the columns that are there. So the query is insert into student values. So values will be strings that we will get from the entry fields. So %s for ID, okay, that will get from ID entry field. Then %s for name, for phone, for email, for address, for gender, for date of birth. And then we need to add two more things in our database, right? Next is %s for date, okay, then %s for time. So these are the values that we want to insert inside this student table. So this is the query. Now we need to execute this query. So in order to execute, we'll be requiring my cursor variable, and this variable we defined inside this connect database. So we'll be requiring this my cursor variable. So what we can do, we can make this variable global here, so that this variable can be used inside some other function. So my cursor, okay, now this variable can be used here inside this add data function. Okay, so write my cursor dot execute and we'll pass this query here. So we pass the query, but we also need to insert these values that we added here in the form of %s. Okay, so that values will get from the entry field. So firstly we'll get ID from ID entry field. So we'll use get method to get the ID. Okay, then name. So name entry dot get will give us name. Then we need phone number. So phone entry will give us phone number. Okay, then we require email. After that we require address, then gender. I forgot to add get method here. Let me move it to a new line. After address we require gender. Okay, After gender, we'll be adding date of birth, date of birth dot get method. Okay, and make sure these data should be inserted in the similar way as you have defined the columns here. Okay, in the same order. Firstly, we will be inserting id, so id will be inserted in this id column, then name will be inserted, after that mobile phone. Okay, then email, after that address, gender, date of birth, then date and time. So for date and time, we did not create any entry field, so we'll get the date and time in some variable and we'll simply insert them. Okay, so let me just for now insert this date variable here and time variable here. Okay, so instead of only date, let me pass current date and current time. So we'll get the current date and current time and we'll store inside these two variables. Okay, so how can we get the current date and current time? For that, we'll be importing time module, which is already imported here. Okay, because we have already used it when we were adding date time on our label at the top left corner. Okay, so can we use those values? Yeah, if you remember, this was the code for getting date and time. So I can simply copy these two lines from here. Okay, and I'll paste here in the else part at the top. So I'll change this variable to current date. Okay, and then current time. So once you'll execute this, after that you also need to commit. Okay, so whenever you do any changes in the data, like if you are adding some data into the database, or you are updating some data, or you are deleting some data, we always have to commit. Okay, so for committing, we will be requiring one variable that we have used here. So this con variable is used to commit the changes. Okay, so in order to use this variable inside some other function, we'll be making it global. So we'll make this con variable as global here. Now we can use this con variable to commit the changes. So con dot commit, like this. Okay, so once changes are committed, means the data is inserted in our database. After that, I'll show a message box. So I'll write message box dot ask yes no. Okay, and I'll ask yes or no. So basically the question would be that do you want to clean the form, just like you saw in our original project. Okay, so whenever I fill the data, once I click add student, it shows me a message box. Okay, where it asks for, do you want to clean the form? If yes, then click on yes, otherwise click on no. Okay, so we'll add that same functionality here. So I'll write here data added successfully, do you want to clean the form? Okay, so if you answer yes, then true value will be stored inside this result variable, and if you'll answer no, then false value will be stored inside this result variable. Okay, so let me just print this result variable so that you can see on the console what you are getting inside this variable. Okay, so let me just run this code and let me just add some data. So I'll take id1, name, my name, then some phone number, email, address, gender and date of birth. Okay, once I clicked on add student, so I made one mistake. The mistake is that in the title I added the message. Okay, so this is the mistake that I did. So if you will say yes, then something will be printed on the console. Let me just close this and show you what is printed on the console. True. Like if you have clicked on no, then in that case you would have got false here. Okay, so with the help of this variable, I'll check that if result is true. If it is true, then I need to clean the form, right? So what I'll do, I'll write id entry dot delete everything from start till end, right? So I'll simply copy the same line with the help of Control D. Okay, so id, after id entry we'll add name entry, then phone entry, after that email entry, and then address entry, gender entry, and DOB entry. And yeah, let me just fix it. So this you were seeing in the title, okay, but this is a message, not the title. So let me first add the title. So firstly we'll have to pass the title and then the message. Okay, so title here can be confirm. So yeah, this is fine. Now since the data is inserted in our student table, so we can check. So for that let's open our MySQL command line client, and here let me just check the databases. Okay, now let me just use our student management system database. Okay, now let's just check the tables inside it. Now let's check the data of this table. Okay, so you can see one data is inserted, id1, name Faizan, then number, email, address, okay, gender, date of birth, date and time. So I hope you have understood how you can insert the data into the database. Okay, so this is the way. So let me explain you once again what will happen inside this function when you will click add student button. Firstly, it will check for all the fields. If any one of the fields will be empty, then you will simply see this message box that all fields are required. Okay, after that, if you have filled all the fields completely, so you'll simply move to the else part, and here firstly you will get the current date and current time inside these two variables. After that, inside this query variable I have written one query. So what will happen, these %s will be replaced with the values that will get from these entry fields. Okay, and those values will simply be inserted inside this student table. Okay, under the columns that we have defined when we were creating our table. Okay, id, name, mobile, email, and so on. Okay, so I hope it's clear. Then once the changes are inserted in your database, then you are simply seeing this message box that data added successfully, and there is a question that do you want to clean the form. Since it's asked yes no message box, okay, so you will get two options, yes or no. If you'll click yes, then this condition will become true. Okay, and this code will be executed where you are simply cleaning the form. And if you'll click no, then nothing will happen. Okay, because we are not adding any else part. But if you want, you can add else part, and in the else part you can simply pass that you don't want to do anything in the else part when you'll click no. Okay, you don't want to clean the form in that case. So this is the thing that we wanted to do. So let me just show you once more. Let me just add one more data with id 2, name Tuba, some random phone number, and make sure you have to enter just 10 digits. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Okay, because we have mentioned 10 characters, okay, for our database, that we can only insert 10 characters inside this phone. And then we have email, after that address can be anything, then female, and 8 October. Add student. So it says data added successfully. Do you want to clean the form? Again, the same issue we are facing here, that this form is appearing on top of our main window and not on top of our top level class, top level window basically. Okay, so let me just click on yes to show you that the data is cleared from these entry fields. Okay, let me just add parent to this message box. So I'll write parent equals to add window like this. Okay, so now this message box will appear on top of your add window. So I hope till here you guys have understood everything. Now what next we need to do? Once you fill up this form, okay, once you fill up the form of this add student, and once you see that message box, and whether you want to clean it or not, you can either press yes or no. Okay, after that what should happen? We should see that particular data that we inserted in our database under these columns also, on this, inside this tree view. Okay, under this id we should get id, then under name we should get name, then mobile number, and so on. Okay, so how can we do it? So what we are going to do, we are going to fetch the data from the database. So we'll write here a query. So write select star from student, okay, which is the table name. So we will execute this query. So we'll use my cursor dot execute, and here we'll pass this query variable. Okay, so what this will do, this will give us the complete data which is there inside this student table, all the rows. So what we are going to do, we are going to fetch that data. So I'll store that fetch data in some variable, fetched data. So how can we fetch it? We'll be using this my cursor. Okay, my cursor. So this variable is also used to fetch data from the database. Okay, so we'll use my cursor dot fetch all method, and you can print this fetch data so that you can understand what is what we are getting inside this variable. Okay, so if I run it, let me quickly add some data here. So after adding the data, once I click add student, you see we are getting this message box. Now if I click yes, this form will be cleaned and our data is successfully added in the database. But let's see what we are getting inside this fetch data that we are printing. So you can see we are getting all the data that we inserted in our database. So firstly, if you remember, I inserted this data, okay, which is in this tuple. After that we inserted this second data, and just now inserted this third data. Okay, so we are getting all the data that is there in our database. So now to insert this data in our database, we will have to convert it into a list. Right now this data is in the form of a tuple. Okay, so we will have to convert this to a list. So it's very easy. What we'll do, instead of printing, we'll use a for loop here. So for data in fetched data. Okay, so when this loop will run for the first time, then inside this data variable we will be getting this highlighted tuple. Okay, what I'll do, I'll simply convert it to a list. So I'll use this list function and I'll pass this data tuple to it, and we'll get the data list. Okay, I hope this is clear. And once you'll get the data in the form of a list, now you can insert this data inside our tree view. So to insert data in our tree view, we'll be using the object name of our tree view and its method. Okay, tree view method. So if you remember, the tree view object variable name was student table. So we'll be using insert method of this tree view class to insert data inside this. Okay, so we'll go back, and here once we are getting a data list, after that I'll use this student table. Okay, this is nothing but our tree view object variable dot insert method to insert data in our tree view. So to this insert method, firstly we'll be mentioning empty string, okay, which represents root node. After that we'll pass the index, as you can see here in the suggestions. Okay, so index is where you want to add the data. So I want every data to be inserted at the end. Okay, so firstly we'll see the first data that we inserted, then we'll see the second data, and then we'll see the third data. So every time the data will be inserted at the end here. Okay, so here we'll pass end like this, and then what you want to insert, that you have to pass. So we'll be inserting values, so we'll pass the values which are inside this list, data list. Okay, so I'll pass this data list here. So now if I run it, let me again quickly fill this form. So after clicking add student and after deleting this data from the form, you can see the data is inserted in our tree view here. So you can see we are getting ID, name, mobile, email, address, gender, date of birth, added date, and then added time. Okay, but here is one issue. If I'll add one more data here, so once I add this data, you can see what is happening. The previous data is still there. Okay, Faizan, Tuba, Rahul, Sita. So this previous data is not getting deleted and this new data is getting inserted. So what I want, once I add any student data, okay, then the previous data should be deleted and the new data should be inserted in our tree view. For that, what we can do, just before inserting the data, we can delete everything from the tree view, and then the new data, updated data, will be inserted. Okay, so every time whenever you will add some data, firstly the previous old data will be deleted and then new data will be inserted. So here I'll write student table dot delete method, and we will be deleting all the children of this student table. So we'll write student table dot get children. Okay, like this. So now you will see that only new data is getting inserted and previous data will be deleted. So let me enter the details. If you'll add some other data, so now if I add this Robert data, you will see the changes here. Okay, you can see the previous data is now not displayed here. Okay, because it is firstly getting deleted and then the updated data is getting added here. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. And one more thing that I want to tell you here is that we cannot use the same ID. Okay, because ID is a primary key, so it has to be unique. Okay, if you'll try to add some data with id 3, then you will be getting an error. Let me just show you. So you can see we are getting some error. Let me show you on my console. So it says duplicate entry 3, right, for key student primary. Okay, because id is a primary key, so we cannot have the duplicate entry there. Okay, so what we can do, we can display some message box when the user is typing the duplicate id. Okay, instead of getting this error on the console. So what I'll do, uh, I'll be adding the try and except block here. So I'll add try block here. Let me just select the code and provide indentation. Okay, till here, and then I'll add the except block. So if you are writing the correct id, okay, like you are not duplicating it, then this particular code will be executed till here. Okay, and if you are adding some duplicate id, in that case we'll move to the except block code. Okay, and here we'll simply display a message box and we'll show some error. So the error message box would have the message that id cannot be repeated or something like this, and we'll pass the parent as add window, right? So I hope this is clear. And after this message box we can simply return from here, because I don't want the rest of the code to be executed. Okay, we don't want to display the student data on our tree view. Okay, if the id is repeated, so we'll simply return from here. Okay, so I hope till here you have understood everything. So this is the functionality of our add student button. Okay, I hope it's clear to you. Now after this we will be adding functionality of our search student. So we'll define a function here, search student. Okay, and let me just call this function from our search button. So this is our search button, and I'll pass command equals to search student without parenthesis. Okay, now when I click on search student, what should happen? Let me just show you in my original project. So once I click on the search student, again I'm getting a top level window, okay, where we have the same data that is there in our add student window. Okay, and then at last we have the search button. So we will be quickly creating this. So I hope now you have understood how to create a new window on top of another window. Okay, so we'll be creating in a similar way. So what I'm going to do, I'm simply going to copy the code from here, okay, till the end, and we just need to change this add student button to search button. Okay, so inside the search student function, I'll paste the code. All right, and now I can change this add window object variable to search window. So what is the way in PyCharm? You can press Ctrl R, okay, and here you can mention that which word you want to replace. So I want to replace this add window, and then here you can enter the word with which you want to replace this add window. I'll replace it with search window, like this. So you can select this and you can one by one replace all this. Okay, and if you'll do replace all, then everywhere this add window will be changed to search window, but I don't want that thing to happen, so I'll replace one by one, like this. Okay, after doing this, next thing that I would like to do here is change this button. So instead of add student, this will be search student button. Okay, and then the command name will also change. Instead of add data, the command name will change to search data, and we need to define this function. Okay, so inside this search data, we'll write the functionality of how we can search the data from our database. So let me show you how search functionality works in this original project. So if I'll click on this search student, we are seeing this GUI here. Okay, so we can search any student data based on ID or name or phone or email or address or gender or even date of birth. Okay, so we just need to enter it here. Like if we want to search on the basis of ID, suppose if I search ID 3, so I'll enter 3 here and we'll click on search. So once I'll click on search, you can see the result here. Since ID is unique, so we will be getting just one result here, right? Okay, and in the same way, if you want to search based on name, you can do that. Suppose if I search my name, let me see if I have some record. So you can see ID 5 is my record, so I'm getting that result here. Similarly, if you will search based on phone number, you can do that. Similarly, based on email also, like for example, if I search uh, this email data, so you can see I'm getting the result here. Okay, Similarly, you can search based on address. So if I want to see how many people live in Delhi, so I'll simply click on search, and you can see these are the students who live in Delhi. Okay. In the same way, we can search based on gender. So if I search for females only, so you can see there are 4 females in total. Okay. So this is the functionality that we have to do. How this is happening. So let's see. First of all, let me just show you in the database how we search any particular data. Okay. So if I enter the password here, and let me just use student management system database. Okay, now what we have to write, we have to write select star from student table. Okay, select star from student table where id equals to 3. Okay, so when we have to search based on some column name, so we enter the column name and its value. Okay, so if you want to search based on id, then after id you need to mention the id value, and once you hit enter, you will get that result where you have id 3. So this is the query that we need to use. So it simply means that we are selecting all the rows from student table where id is 3. And similarly, if you want to display all the rows where gender equals to male, for that you will have to write select star from student where gender equals to male. Okay, right? So in the same way we will be doing in our code. So inside this function we'll mention query equals to select star from student where id equals to %s. Okay, and we'll get id from our id entry field. So we'll simply execute this query. So we'll write my cursor dot execute, and here we'll pass query, and then we also need to pass id entry dot get method. Okay, so whatever id that you'll get from here, this %s will be replaced with that id. Okay, once you will get that particular row, after that we will store the fetch data, I mean that particular row, in some variable. So I'll use fetch data variable here, and we will be using my cursor dot fetch all method. Okay, so that particular row will now be stored inside this fetch data variable, and this we need to insert in our tree view, right? And before inserting, again we will have to delete the previous data. Okay, then only we will be updating the new data, otherwise you will see the previous data and the new data. So I don't want to see the previous data. For that I'll be using table student table dot delete method, and will delete student table all children. Okay, so get children. After that we'll be simply inserting this fetch data in our tree view. So we will be accessing one by one all the data using for loop. So we'll use for data in fetch data. Okay, and this will have one tuple. Okay, earlier I told you that we need to convert it into a list in order to insert in our tree view, but without converting it to a list, still we can insert the data directly. So here if you see, we have converted into a list. So if I don't convert it into a list, and directly if I use this data variable here, still it will work in the same way. Okay, so I'll not convert to a list. Now coming back here, we'll do the same thing. Okay, so we'll be using student table dot insert method, and to the root node we'll be inserting at the end the values which are inside this data variable, like this. Okay, so now if I run it, if I enter ID here, you can see we are getting the result, right? But if I try to enter name, will this work? No. The reason is that we did not add any query for name or phone or email or address or gender or date of birth. So we need to add that. And also we need to change this text to search. Okay. And I'll also change the title here. So instead of incident management system, we should see search here. Search student maybe. Okay. So let me just firstly provide title here. So I'll add search window dot title, and we'll enter title as search student. Okay, and then let's change the text of our button. So this is our search button, and here instead of add student, we'll write search. Okay, now coming back to this function, inside this query only we'll add or id name equals to %s. Okay, and then we will be replacing this %s with the value that we will get from our name entry. So here we need to pass that name entry. Okay, so the id that we'll be getting from our id entry, this %s will be replaced with that, and then this %s will be replaced with this name entry data. Okay, so I hope you are able to understand this query. So if you will be entering the ID, then you will be getting all the rows for that ID. And if you will be entering the name, then you will be getting all the rows for that name. Okay. And if you'll enter both ID and name, suppose if you'll enter ID 3 and name Faizan, then you will be getting both the rows. Okay, in which ID will be 3 and name will be Faizan. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So if I'll enter only ID as 3, once I search, you can see we are getting this particular row where ID is 3. Okay. Now, if I don't enter ID, if I only enter name, and if I search it, you can see I'm getting the row where name is Faizan. Okay. Now, if you enter ID 3 and name Faizan and you try to search, you'll get both the results. Okay. So I hope you are able to understand. In the same way, we'll do it for phone, email, address, gender, and date of birth. So here we'll mention or email equals to %s, or mobile equals to %s, or address equals to %s, or gender equals to %s, and last or dob equals to %s. Alright, now you need to pass the values which will replace this %s. Okay, so after name, then we'll pass email entry data. Okay, after that we'll pass phone entry data, and then we'll pass address entry, then gender, and last dob entry dot get method. So I hope this is clear to you. So let's search based on address. So if I want to see all the records where address is Delhi, so you can see there is only one record. Okay, and we can also search for all the records who are male. So you see we are getting the result. So this is working perfectly fine. Now let's see the functionality of this delete student button. Okay, so how this will work, we'll have to select any row whichever you want to delete from here, and then we'll simply click on this delete student button, and that particular row will be deleted from this tree view as well as from the database. Okay, so let me show you this in my original project how it works. So if you see this original project, let me first click on this show student. So we are getting all the records here, and then whichever data you want to delete, just simply select that and click on this delete student, and it says id 4 deleted successfully. Once you'll click OK, you can see that record is deleted from here. Okay, so let's see how we can do this. So I'm gonna define a function here, def delete student. Let me firstly call this function from our delete button. So here I'll pass command equals to delete student. So firstly we will select the data. Okay, and once you'll select that data, you will be getting some ID. Okay, basically the index of that data. We can get the content with the help of that index, and from the content we will fetch the ID, and with the help of the ID we will delete the record. Okay, because as you know ID is unique, it's a primary key, so we can delete the records based on ID as there won't be any duplicate records. Okay, so firstly we will get the indexing of the row which you are selecting on tree view, right? So we'll use student table object dot focus method. Okay, and whichever row you will select, that row index will go inside this indexing variable, and we can print this. Okay, and with the help of this indexing we can get the content, I mean the complete row. Okay, so what we have to write is student table dot item, and to this item will be passing the indexing. So we can pass indexing here, and this will give us the complete content corresponding to that particular index. Okay, and we can print this content too, so that you can see what is there inside it. Now let's run and see. So once I connect to the database, now if I click on this delete student, but firstly we'll have to display the data here, right? But we have not done show student functionality. So what we can do, we can add some student, or instead of adding we can search for some student. Like let's search based on gender. So see we are getting the records here, right? Now if I want to delete this Rahul from here, so I'll select Rahul and will click on this delete student. Okay, let's see what is getting printed. So you can see firstly this is the indexing that I was talking about. Okay, and based on this indexing we are getting the content. Okay, and this content is nothing but a dictionary. The key is this values, and the value is this list. Okay, and we need to get this 3 from here. So with the help of this 3 we can delete this record. Okay, so what I'll do here, I'll write content, which is nothing but a dictionary, and will pass values, which is nothing but the key, and this will give us values, and values will be nothing but this complete list, and from this list I have to access this ID only, which is at index 0. So here I can simply pass indexing of this 3. Okay, so this will give us content ID. Okay, now once you have the content ID, now you can delete the record. So how to delete a record from database? For that we'll have to write one query here, and the query is delete all rows from student table where id equals to %s. Okay, so this is the query, and now we need to execute this query. So we'll use my cursor dot execute, and here we'll pass query, and then we'll be passing the id. Okay, and the id is inside this content id variable, so we'll simply pass this variable here like this. And as I told you, if you are deleting some data or you are adding some data, in that case we also need to commit the changes. So we'll use con dot commit method. Okay, so once the record is deleted, after that we can display a message box that this particular id is deleted. So we'll write message box dot show info, and firstly the title, the title can be deleted, and then the message, this, and then the id name. Okay, id number, sorry, so id number is inside this variable. So in order to use variable with a string, you'll have to use f string. Okay, and in parentheses you can pass this content id. So this content id is deleted successfully. And before running this code, let me show you the same thing in our database. If you go to this command line client, and firstly let's check all the rows that are there in our database. We'll write select star from student. Okay, so these are all the rows. Now if you want to delete some particular row, so with the help of id we can delete that. So if you want to delete row number 3, okay, where id is 3, so we'll write delete star from student where id equals to 3. Sorry, we are getting error. In case of delete we don't have to use this asterisk, so the query is just delete from student where id is 3. So the query is executed, and now let's check again all the rows of student table. So now you will not see the row with id 3, okay, because it's deleted. So I hope this is clear to you, and let me just make the change here also. We don't have to use asterisk, so the query is delete from a student where id is %s. Okay, now let's run. So if I'll search mail, so we have 3 records here. Okay, if I want to delete this 6th id record, so I'll select it and we'll click on this delete student, and it says this 6 is deleted successfully. Okay, the message doesn't look good, so I'll write id 6 is deleted successfully. Okay, so once we'll click OK, nothing will happen because we have not added any code after this. Okay, let me just change this message to ID is deleted successfully. Okay, so we can verify it. Let's check all the rows of our database. So right, select star from student, and from here you can see that Rohit record is deleted. Okay, so just after deleting the record, what I want to display in our tree view, I want to display the updated record. So this record does not contain Rohit record, right? So I want to display this updated record in our tree view. So for that, we'll be writing a query, select star from student, and then we'll execute this query. So my cursor dot execute, and we'll pass query here, and then we'll fetch all the rows in some variable. So we'll write my cursor dot fetch all, and then we'll use a for loop for data in fetch data, and this data will contain tuple one by one. Okay, and that will simply insert in our tree view. So we'll write student table dot insert method like this. Okay, so now you will see the updated rows in your tree view. So I hope this is clear. Let me just run it. This time let me search all the females. So we have 3 records here. If I want to delete ID 5, so I'll select and we'll click this delete. ID 5 is deleted successfully. Once I'll click OK. So what is happening? We are getting the updated data, but again the previous data is not getting deleted. So as you know, we'll have to delete the previous data and then we'll have to insert the new data. Okay, so we'll write student table dot delete, and we'll delete all the previous data. So we'll delete all the children's of this student table. Okay, so I hope you understood. You can run it and you'll see the changes. So this functionality is also done. After this, we can also complete the functionality of this show student. This is very easy. So let's quickly finish this. So I'm gonna define a function here, def show student, and I'll call this function from show student button. So I'll pass command equals to show student. Okay, so in case of show student, once I'll click that button, I want to see all the records in our tree view. Okay, so it's very simple, just like we have done here. Okay, we have written this query to get all the rows from a student table. We'll use the same query there, and then we'll fetch the data, and after that we'll delete firstly all the data from our tree view, and then we'll update our tree view. Okay, all right, so we'll simply copy it from here and we'll paste it. Okay, let's see. So if I click show student, you can see we are getting all the records here. Let me also show the same thing in our database. So if I write select star from student, this way you will get all the records, all the rows. So you can see we have just 4 records now. Okay, and that same data you are getting here. So I hope you understood everything till here. In this video, we are going to learn how to update students. After that, we will learn how we can export the data from this tree view into an Excel file, and then we'll see how we can exit from here. So if you see this original project, here I have added the styling to this tree view. This ID column is decreased and the text is in the center position. Also, if you notice, the background color is changed, the text font size is increased, and also if you notice, the rows, the gapping between the rows is also increased. So we will see how we can do all these things. Okay, so if you see this student table, here we created this student table, right? And here we provided the headings, some text. After that, I will be changing or updating the columns. Okay, so I'll write student table dot column method, and to this column method will pass the column name. And column name, if you remember, we have defined with these names, right? So ID column name is ID, the name column name is name, and so on. Okay, so we'll use this column name first of all, which is ID, and we'll provide it a width. Okay, so if I go with the 200 width, and then I'll center the text. So I'll use anchor keyword argument here, and I'll pass center here as a value. So if I run this code, so once I show students, you can see the changes here, right? Actually, the width is not changed, so we'll decrease the value from 200 to something else like 50. Okay, let's see how does this look. Yeah, so you can see the size is decreased here. Okay, and the text is in the center now. Same thing you can do with others, like if you want to put this name text in the center, you can provide anchor and center as a value. Okay, and if you want to increase the width of this column, you can do that too. Okay, so here I'll simply copy this line, and for name I'll keep it to 300. Okay, and then I'll make the text at the center position. In the same way, we can do it for email. That's it. So now if I run it, so you can see the changes here. The ID column is decreased to 50 width, then name is increased to 300, and then we have mobile. Okay, email address, then we have address, there's gender, date of birth, add a date, add a time. Okay, so it's up to you, like what value you want to choose. Let me just decrease email and then address to 300 only. I think 400 is too much. So yeah, that's it. Now in order to change the background color of your tree view or the text color, we will be using style class. So that style class we can access with the help of ttk. So ttk dot style, and we'll create its object so that we can access method of this style class in order to provide styling to our tree view. Okay, so here I'll use this object style, and then we'll configure our tree view. So firstly, what we need to configure, we need to provide in the form of a string So we'll configure our tree view. So I'll pass tree view here. After that, what you want to change here, like for example, I want to change row height. I want to provide some gapping between the rows. So I'll write row height equals to 35 or 40, whichever value you want to choose. You can check how does it look. Okay, so if I'll run, so you can see here that the gapping has increased between these rows, right? So you can decrease or increase this value according to your choice. Now we can set the font size of the text that is displayed here. For that we'll be simply using font, and here we'll provide the styling, then the size, and then whether you want it bold, italic or underline, right? After that you can also change the text color if you want to change. So we'll write foreground, which is nothing but the text color, and here we'll pass the color name. For example, if I go with red 4. Okay, so now if I run it, so you can see the color is changed to red 4 and the font is also changed here. Okay, so now let's see how we can change the background color. So here we'll mention background and then the color name. So for now let me just go with yellow just to show you, but I'll keep everything as white only, a combination of black and white. So yeah, this is how it looks. Okay, now if you want to change this field color, so this is known as field where my mouse pointer is right now. Okay, we can change it too. So that is known as field background. Okay, and you can keep it to red or some other color. Yeah, so this is how it looks. So if you want to keep both field background and the background color same, you can put the same color there. So instead of background yellow and field background red, I'll change both the values to white. Okay, and then I'll not add any text color. I'll keep it to black only, and then I'll reduce the size to 12. So this is how it looks. Okay, and after that we can also change the font of this heading. Okay, tree view heading. So we can change the text color, font size. So let's see how we can do it. It will be done in the similar way. So we'll simply write style dot configure, and firstly what you need to configure, so we'll be configuring tree view dot heading. Okay, and after that you can simply provide the font to the heading. So I'll keep it to 14, like this. So I hope this is clear to you. And now okay, actually when I'm changing the font size of these headings, you can see that date is not completely inside this box. Okay, so we'll have to increase the width of this added date and added time. Everything else is looking fine here, so we can do that. So from here added date and added time, we can change it to 200 or maybe 150. You can check these values. So if you want to change the text color, for that you'll use foreground and you'll pass the color name, suppose red. So this is how it looks. Okay, but in case of headings we cannot change the background color, so we'll just change the text color here. That's it. Now after formatting this tree view, now let's work on the functionality of this update student. So in this original project, let me show you how update student functionality works. So firstly, we will be displaying the data in our tree view like this, and now whichever data you want to edit or update, okay, you can simply select that. Suppose if I want to update uh, the city, okay, the address of this uh, id 6, so I'll select this one and then I'll click on this update student. You can see all the data of this particular row is now entered inside these entry fields automatically. Okay, and from here I can change the address from Lucknow to Delhi, and I can simply click on this update and you can see the message that id 6 is modified successfully. Okay, and once I'll click OK, the window is automatically closed. And now if you want to see that whether the change has taken place, you can see the address is changed to Delhi here, right? So this is the functionality of our update student button. So let's see how we can do it. So here we have our update student button. Firstly, I'm going to provide it a command equals to update underscore student. Okay, and let's define this function at the top. So here I'll write def update student. Okay, so firstly we need to see the GUI window, just like we saw in this search student, right, and also in add student. So the same window we will be using here. So what we can do, we can simply copy this code from here. So you'll simply select till here and you can simply copy it, and now come to your update student function and paste here. Okay, now you need to do the changes, like you can change the window name. Instead of search window, you can update it to update window. Okay, so the way of changing the search window to update window is, you in PyCharm you can press Ctrl R. Okay, and here you can replace the search underscore window to update underscore window. Okay, and do the replacement one by one. You can select this one and start replacing. Okay, otherwise everywhere search window will be replaced with update window, so you don't want that, right? Okay, so once your window name is updated, after that, for now we can just ignore this command from here. Okay, and instead of search text in this button, will update to update text. Okay, then the search student button will be changed to update student button. Okay, everything else will remain as it is. So now if I'll run it, and yeah, we can also change the title. So let's change it to update student. Yeah, that's it. Now if I run it, so let me connect with the database. So if I click on this update student right now, you can see we are getting this window, right? And it's similar to our search window and add window, right? Now what I want, that once I show student, so here I have these 4 students. Suppose if I want to update this first row, so I'll select this, and once I click this update student, I should see all these row data in these entry fields. Okay, I hope you are getting it. So what we can do, let's see. So just after creating our GUI window, okay, what we can do, we can call one function of this student table. So student table dot focus. So this will give us the indexing that we can store in some variable indexing. Okay, and with the help of indexing we can get the content, right? So what we'll do, we'll write a student table dot item, and to this item we'll pass the indexing, and this will give us the content. Okay, now let me just print both indexing and content so that you can see what is there inside these variables. So if I run it, so suppose if I am selecting this second data and clicking on this update student, so let's see what is getting printed. So you can see the ID, this is nothing but the indexing, okay, of the second data that we selected. Okay, this is getting printed here. Next we are printing the content, right? So content is nothing but this dictionary, and we are only interested in this value key and this list value. Okay, so with the help of this key we can access this value, and we can store these values like to bar, number, email, okay, in those entry fields. So firstly let's uh, access the value with the help of this key. So I'll write content, and in square brackets we'll pass values, and this will give us the data that we can store in some variable data. Okay, or let's make it list data. So inside this list data variable we will be getting this complete list. Okay, let me just print it. Suppose if I am selecting first data, you can see that the complete list is getting printed here. All right, I hope this is clear. Now I want to insert this first element in ID entry field, this second element in name entry field, this third one in mobile entry field, and so on. Okay, so I'll write ID entry dot insert, and at the 0th index we'll insert this list data, okay, and we'll pass the index of the first element, which is 0, right? So this one will be inserted in your ID entry. In the same way we'll insert name inside this name entry. So this is at index 1, we'll pass index 1 here, and then we'll insert phone number. So phone entry dot insert, and at this starting position we'll insert this list data third element, okay, which is at index 2. So this way we'll do it for all the entry fields. So let me do it quickly. So this way we have to insert this list data in the entry fields. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now if you'll run, you'll see the data there. Let me try this third data. So you can see all the details are inserted here. And now we will see how we can update the data. Okay, for example, if I want to change this address to Mumbai or some other place, and once I'll click this update student, then this window should be closed and this data should be updated in our MySQL as well as on this tree view. Okay, so we'll see that. So firstly, we will see how we can update the data in MySQL. Okay, so you can open your command line client and you can simply use your database. So use, okay, database is changed. Now we can simply display all the data of this student table. Okay, now let's update this particular row, the second one. Okay, and here I will update uh, the date of birth. Okay, so what I'm going to write here, what will be the command? So the command will be update set dob equals to 9 June. Okay, so if you'll write this much only, then it will simply update all the date of birth rows to 9th June. Okay, so if you want to update this particular row only, this particular row date of birth only, then you will have to mention the ID. Okay, because it's a unique key, it's a primary key, right? So we need to differentiate with the help of this ID. So here after this we'll mention where ID equals to 2, like this. Once you enter, we are getting error here because I forgot to add table name here. So the syntax is update student, which is the table name, then we need to add set dob, which is date of birth, to 9 June where ID is 2. So now you see one row is affected. If I'll display the data again, select the star from student, you will see that the date of birth of second row is changed to 9 June. I hope this is clear. So this way you need to update the data. Now let's write the same thing in our code. So what do we want when we click on this update student button? Where is that? Yeah, here. So if we click on this update student button, a function should be called. Okay, update data, and now let's define this one. So in order to update, we will be writing the query here. So query will be update student table set name equals to %s, and notice one thing, I'm not setting the ID, okay, because ID is unique and it cannot be changed. After that, mobile equals to %s, comma email equals to %s, comma address equals to %s, then dob equals to %s, and then we also need to update the date and time. Okay, So if you are doing any changes in name or mobile or email or address, then date and time should also be updated there, right? So that will be nothing but the modified date and time. Okay, so we'll mention date equals to %s, comma, time equals to %s, like this. So this is the query. Now we need to execute it. So I'll write my cursor dot execute and we'll pass this query, and after that we need to pass a tuple where we need to mention the entry fields. So this %s will be replaced with the values that will be there inside the entry fields. Okay, so firstly we'll mention name entry dot get, after that phone entry dot get, after that email entry dot get, then address entry dot get, then gender entry dot get. Okay, then dob entry dot get. Okay, let me move it to a new line, and after that we need date and time. So date and time, from where we'll get the current date and time. If you remember, we have already created date and time, one in a label, and then second time we created it in a function. Let me just check. Yeah, if you remember, we have created current date and current time in this add student. Okay, and we also have created this when we were creating the label, right? We have written the code already here, date and current time. So one thing that can be done here is that we can make these two variables global, or we can copy this particular code and directly paste there. Okay, other way is to make date and current time variable as global, so you can simply use its value inside some other function. Okay, so once you make these two variables global, now date value and time value can be used in some other function. Okay, so what you can do is we have added the same code inside this add student, if you remember, right? So what we can do, since I have made current date and current time as global, so I can use those values inside this function also. So we don't have to create these variables again and again. Okay, and we can change this to date. Okay, because there we have date and current time, these two variables were defined and we made them global. So now those values can be used here as well. I hope this is clear. Now the same values we'll use inside this update function also. Okay, so we'll simply pass date, comma, current time, like this. Okay, and at last, one thing that I'm missing here is where id equals to %s. So if you won't mention the id, then as I said before, that all the rows name will be changed if you are changing the name, or if you are changing the mobile number, then mobile number will be changed for all the rows, and similarly for email or address. Okay, so after current date, current time, we need to mention the id that we'll get from the id entry, like this. Okay, so all these %s will be replaced with these values that we'll be getting from the entry fields. I hope this is clear. And as I told you already, that when we add some data or delete some data or update some data, in that case we also need to commit our changes. So we'll use com dot commit, like this. Okay, so if you'll run this code, then you will see the changes in your database if you will make any updation. Okay, but we also need to see the changes in our tree view, and before that we also need to display a message box that id is modified successfully, right? Id row is modified successfully. So we'll simply show info. First is the title, here we'll mention success, and then the message. So here we can add that id, and we'll use f-string. So in order to display the id value, that will display inside curly braces. Okay, and we'll get the id from the id entry like this. So I'll write message as id suppose 5 is modified successfully. Okay, now after seeing this message, the next thing is that you want to simply close this window automatically, right? Because your updation has taken place, right? Your data is updated, so you can simply close the window, and the way is you just have to write update window dot destroy, and your window will be closed. Once your window is closed, now you need to simply update the data in your tree view. Okay, because right now you just updated in your MySQL, you also need to display the updated data in your tree view. So you already know how to do it, we have already done it before. So let me show you how to do it. If you see this show student, it's the same thing. So we can simply call this function there. Okay, what this will do, this will fetch all the rows firstly. Okay, and it obviously it will fetch all the updated rows. Okay, and then we'll simply delete the previous old data, and then we'll insert the updated data. Okay, so we'll simply call this show student function here after closing our window like this. Now let's run. So what should I update now? Let me update uh, the email address of Tuba. Okay, so I'll select this one and I'll click on this update student. You see all the details are entered automatically here, and I'll change it to tuba123@gmail.com. Once I'll click on update, you can see id2 is modified successfully, and this message box you are seeing on your main window and not on that top level window. So we just need to pass the parent there. Okay, now once I'll click OK, you'll see the window got destroyed, and the data is changed here, right? I hope this is clear to you. So let me do one change, that is to this message box I'll add parent. So parent here will be update window, right? I hope this is clear. So this is the way of updating data. And now let me just format this code a little bit. Okay, let me minimize this. Actually we are using this code again and again. If you will see that this code is used 3 times. Okay, so instead of using this code again and again, we can simply create a function and add this code inside that function, and wherever this code is required we can simply call that function. Okay, so what we can do, we can simply create a function here, def field data, like this, or top level data, whichever name you want to use, you can use it. And now inside this function I will be adding this complete code. So you see this same code is repeated in search button, and add button. So let me first show you. So if you see this search button, here also we have the same code. Okay, then to this add student, here also we have the same code, right? So this is not required, like we can optimize this code. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to copy this code from here. Actually, I'm going to cut it from here. So I have cut it. Now let me just paste it here like this. So I'll simply remove this code from here and I'll use that same top level data. Okay, so I'm simply removing this code from here. Now in the same way, I'll remove it from this add student till this add student button. Okay, okay, now coming back to this. So first of all, I will give a common window name here. Okay, so instead of update window, I'll change it. So I'll press Ctrl R and here I'll mention update student and I'll replace with screen maybe. Okay, so I'll go here and sorry, it's update window, not a student. Okay, like this. So one by one I'll replace. So here I have updated everywhere, update student to screen. Okay, now next thing is that we need to call this function top level underscore data, and we'll call it from our update student, search student and add student buttons that we created. Okay, so here we have our search student, delete student, update student. So we'll simply remove them. Okay, or we can place multiple cursors with the help of alt and mouse left button, and here we'll mention our top level data function. Oops, sorry, not to this delete student. Okay, we'll have to change this one to top level data. Okay, now what else that we need to change? Let's see. And yeah, then this add student function that we are creating, that is not required, and we can simply decrease the indentation here. So you can press shift and tab. Okay, and then in this search student also, let me remove this line and we'll simply decrease the indentation, and similarly we'll do it for this update student. Okay, because we are calling that top level data function. Okay, so update student function is not required. Yeah, like this. Now if you see, we are getting these errors. Okay, in this update data, then inside this search data, and this inside this add data. Okay, so we have these variables here inside this top level data, right? ID entry, name entry, phone entry. So what we can do, we can make these variables global so that the value of these variables can be used inside update data, add data and search data functions. Okay, so we'll simply make them global here. So we'll write global id entry, comma phone entry, comma name entry, comma email entry, comma address entry, and make sure you write the correct spelling. Okay, so id entry, then name entry, phone entry, email entry, address entry, gender entry, dob entry. Okay, so gender entry, and then we have dob entry, like this. I hope I have not missed any. Yeah, so now you can see the error is gone, and you are seeing the error here, update window, but update window variable is changed to screen, so we'll pass a screen variable here. Okay, and you are seeing this red line because the screen variable is defined inside this function top level data, so we'll have to make this screen variable global as well, so we'll make it global. Now you can see the error is gone from here. Okay, and we don't have to destroy update window, we have to destroy screen window, right? After that, we'll take care of this code a bit later. Okay, which is used to insert data inside your update window. Okay, so we'll apply some condition here, and everywhere else if you see, now we don't have any error. Okay, and if I run now, let's see if we'll be seeing the window or not. But before that, we are getting the error here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to select this and we'll be providing indentation. Okay, because it has to be inside this update data, this thing. Okay, for now, let me just run it. So if I click on this add student, you can see we are getting this window here. Okay, but here we have some issues like this update student title. Okay, so title has to be according to the window, like if I'm opening the add window, so the title should be add student. Okay, similarly the text on this button should be add, and once I click on it, the add data function should be called. Okay, similarly if we click on the search student, here also we should see search student and then search, and once I'll click this button, I should be seeing the results. Okay, and finally let's see our update student window. Yeah, this is also fine. It's just that we need to provide a different title and different button text. Okay, and the function should also be different when we are calling when we are clicking on these buttons like update or add or search, right? The function should be different. So what we can do, to this top level data will pass three arguments. First will be title, second will be button text, okay, and third will be command. Okay, these three arguments I am passing here. Now from where I am calling this function, I need to pass these three values there. So I'll go from where I am calling these functions. So you see we are calling from this add student button. So in case of add student button, I'm going to pass the title first of all, which will be add student. Then the text on the button will also be add student. Okay, and the third thing is the command that needs to be called. So command name is, let me just show you what is the command name when you will click add student after filling the form. Okay, uh, yeah, so this is the command name, add student. Okay, and with the help of this you will see the data getting inserted in your database and will be displayed on your tree view. So we need to pass that third argument here also. Okay, so first argument is title, then the text on the button, and the last one is the function name, which is add data, like this. Okay, so this title will go inside this title. Okay, the name will go inside this button text variable, and this command will go inside this command variable. Okay, and one major thing that we cannot write like this, otherwise whenever you will run this code, this function will be automatically called. But I don't want to call it automatically. I want to call it when I'll click this add student button, right? So for that you have to use lambda keyword like this. Okay, now what will happen when you click on this button, then only this function will be called and these values will be passed inside that particular function. Okay, in the same way we'll do it for this search student button. So this time I'll pass the title as search student, then the button name will be search. Okay, or let me just change it to add only. Okay, and we'll keep it to search, and then the function name which will go inside the command variable, right? So the function name is search data without parenthesis. Okay, and the last one is update. So, and yeah, don't forget to add lambda keyword here. So lambda keyword, and then inside parenthesis we'll pass the title, which will be update student. Okay, then the text on the button, which will be update, and the third thing is the function name, which is update data, like this. Why I'm seeing error here? Okay, actually this parenthesis has to be at the end, like this. All right, now coming back to this function, so title will go inside this title when you will click add student button. Okay, so inside this title you will get add student, inside this button text you will get add, and then inside this command you will get add data. Okay, so instead of passing the title directly, we'll pass this title variable. All right, then instead of adding the text as update, we'll pass the variable, which is button text. Okay, and instead of passing the command, which is update data, because right now if you'll click on any of the button, then this function will be called, but we'll have to call the function which is there inside this command variable. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. So if you'll click on search student, then search data will go inside this command variable. Okay, and that we are passing here, right? Okay, and yeah, you can also change this variable from update student to simply student button, like this. Okay, everything else will remain as it is. So let's run and test. So if I'll click on add student, you can see three arguments are passed there. So first is this title, so title is changed, then the text on the button is changed, and the third one is the function. Okay, add data. So let me just quickly add one data here. So now once I'll click add student, okay, I'm getting some error. Let's see what is that. It says add window is not defined. Okay, so this error we are getting at line number 140. So let's see. Yeah, so here you can see the parent is still add window. We need to replace it to screen variable like this. Okay, I hope there is not any other error. Let me just check once. Actually it is showing, you can see the red thing here. It is showing that there are some errors. So if you see at line number 128 there is some error. Yeah, here also we need to change the parent to screen. Then at 140, from here you can see. Okay, yeah, we need to change it to screen. Yeah, now everything is fine. We can run it again. Let me fill this form again. So now if I click on this add student, you can see data added successfully. Do you want to clean the form? So yes, I want to clean the form. Oh, our data is not getting displayed here. Why is that? So actually we need to reduce the indentation for this code. Okay, it has to be at this level, try and accept level. Okay, so this was the issue. Let's run and see. So now if I click add, you can see the data is added here. Okay, so I hope this is clear to you. The previous data is also now getting displayed because it was actually added in our database, but here it was not getting displayed because the code was not indented properly. Okay, and this was the new data that we just added. I hope this is clear. So this way we'll add the data, so it's working perfectly fine. And now let's see if we are able to search a student or not. So I'll search based on the ID. So just now I added this 19. So you can see we are getting that particular data. Okay, let me just search based on gender. So you see these are the females. Okay, so this is also working fine. Now next is let's see if we are able to update the data. So I'll update this one and I'll change the phone number here. Okay, we are not able to see this data here inside these entry fields. Okay, so I understood why is that. I hope you also understood, because if you go to the update data function, yeah, here we need to add this code after we have created our top level window, right? So we'll cut this code from here. This code is not required inside this update student function. Okay, it is required here. So after the window is created, then that particular data should be inserted in the entry fields, right? So this is that code. But if you will add this code directly here, then it will happen for all the three buttons. right? This code will work for all the three buttons, that is add, search and update. So what we can do, we can apply a condition here that uh, if title if title equals to update student, okay, update student, or you can check the other thing like button text. So if title or button text or command is for update student, then we want to execute this code only, right? So we'll provide indentation like this. So if title is update student, it means you have clicked on update student button, right? Let me just check the spelling that I have provided there for update student because it's case sensitive. Yeah, so it's update student only. Okay, so once you'll click on this button, this update student title will be passed inside this title variable. Okay, this window will be created, and then this condition will be checked. If this is true, then all the information that you have selected will be entered inside the entry fields. Okay, but if you have clicked on add student, then this condition won't be true, because in that case inside title you will have add student title, right? So I hope this is clear. So let me update this data again, and this time you see we are getting the data. Let me change the mobile number to some other number. So you can see we are getting error here. It says that mobile data is too long. Okay, because if you remember when we were creating the table, there we mentioned that mobile can have only 10 characters. Okay, so if you'll add more than 10 characters, then you will be getting that error. Okay, so make sure you just add 10 characters. So let me just update this data again. Let me just change the last two digits only. Okay, you can see id 8 is modified successfully. So you see last two digits are updated here. So I hope this is clear to you how we can update any data. And after this, now let's work on this export data button. So let me first show you in our original project how it works. Okay, so if you see this original project, inside this tree view we have our data. Okay, it's a complete data. Now I want to export this data to an Excel file. So I'll click on this export data button, and first of all I'm seeing the save as dialog box, and here I need to enter the file name, which can be anything like data, and by default the extension is CSV. Okay, so if you don't mention any extension, it will be saved with CSV only. So I'll save it on my desktop. So you can see student data is saved successfully. Now let's check the desktop. Here you see we are getting our Excel file. If you open it, you can see we are getting the data here, right? So let's see how we can do it in our project. So firstly, we will be providing a command to this export data button. So I'll pass command equals to export underscore data. Okay, and now let's define this function. So I'll go at the top, and here we'll write def export underscore data. So when we are clicking on this export data button, first thing we are seeing is the save as file dialog box, right? So in order to see our dialog box, file dialog box, we need to import it. So just like we imported ttk message box. In the same way, from tkinter we will be importing file dialog. Okay, now inside this function we can use this module file dialog dot ask save as file name method. Okay, and to this method we can pass the default extension of your file. Default extension equals to .csv. Okay, so .csv is nothing but the Excel file. All right, so what this ask save as file name method will do, it will give you the path or the URL, okay, of whatever file name that you will be entering there. Okay, and I can print this URL here. So if I run it, if I click on this export data, you can see we are seeing the save as dialog box, and whichever file name that I'm going to enter here, once I'll click save, you will see what is getting printed. Inside this URL, we are getting the complete path of that particular file, fezan.csv. So now what we have to do, inside this particular file, we will have to save the data from our tree view. Firstly, we will get all the content of our tree view. For that, we'll use student table dot get children method. Okay, and this will return the index of all the rows that we can store in some variable indexing. Okay, and if I simply print this indexing, so if on this tree view nothing is there, and if you try to click on this export data, let me show you that you are just getting an empty tuple here. Okay, you are not getting anything because there is no data on your student tree view, right? But what if we have all the data on this tree view? Now if you'll click on this export data, and suppose if you enter some name, or if you don't enter some name, still it will work. So you can see we are getting all the indexes of all the rows that are there inside that tree view. Okay, so we need to iterate through this tuple, so we'll use for loop here for index in indexing. Okay, and we will simply get the content, right? So write student table dot item, and to this item we'll pass the index. So when the loop will run for the first time, this first index will be passed to this item method. Okay, and it will give you the content, right? And the content, as you know, is nothing but a dictionary, and we will have to access the values, right? So how can we do it? We'll have to write content, which is a dictionary, and in square brackets we'll pass the key, which is values, and this will give us the list, data list, that we can store in some variable data list like this. Okay, so suppose when this loop will run for the first time, we will get first row data inside this data list variable, right? Let me just print it so that you will understand it better. So you'll see one by one all these rows will be printed, right? And each row is in the form of a list. Okay, so what I'm going to do here, instead of printing, I'm going to create a new list here. Okay, and I'm going to store all these lists inside that single list. I'll tell you why I'm doing this. So I'll use this new list dot append method, and to this append method we'll pass this data list like this. So once this loop will be over, all this data will now be inside this new list. Okay, and that we can simply print just to see. So you can see now there is this single list only. Inside the single list only we have all the list, right? So why I created this list inside which we have all the rows? Let me explain you. So for that, let me just take an example list here. Suppose this is the list. Okay, so to convert this list in the form of a rows and columns, okay, we'll be using one external module which is pandas. Okay, so what you guys have to do, just go to your terminal and there you need to install pandas. So just simply write pip install pandas and hit enter. So why we have installed this pandas? Because this pandas module has one method which is data frame, which help us to convert our data list in the tabular form. Okay, so we can firstly import it. So import pandas. Okay, once you import this pandas, now here you can use this module pandas dot the method name which is data frame. Okay, and to this data frame you can simply pass this list, and once you'll pass this list it will convert it into a tabular form, and you can store in some variable like table, and you can simply print it. So now if I run it, so you can see that this data frame method of this pandas module has created this list in the form of a table, right, where we have columns and rows. Okay, so in order to store some data into an Excel file, we'll be requiring the data in the tabular form. So that's why we are using this data frame module. Okay, so but we don't have to use this list. We have to actually use this new list that we have created, inside which we have the complete data of our tree view. Okay, all the rows are inside that only. So we will pass that here, new list. Okay, and there is one more argument here which is columns, like what column headings should be there. So by default if you see, the column heading is 0 here. Okay, but I don't want this 0 to be the heading. I want some headings like for ID column the heading should be ID, for name column the heading should be name, and so on. Okay, so I'll create one list here, and I'll pass ID, name, mobile, email, address, gender, and then DOB, like this. So now if you want to print this table, you can do it. So let's run. Okay, 7 columns passed. Passed data had 9 columns. Okay, so data that we are passing has 9 columns. Okay, but here we are just passing the headings, only 7 headings. So I think I have missed added date and added time. So I'll add added date and added time column headings here, like this. Now let me run it again. Okay, so now you can see the result here. Okay, as you can see, the ID is ID, name, mobile, and then so on. Then we have date of birth, added date, added time. Okay, and the data under those headings. I hope this is clear. And here if you see, we are getting these row headings. Okay, indexes basically 0 1 2 3 4 5. So we don't require these indexes, so we'll simply remove them. Now we need to actually store this particular data into an Excel file, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to convert this table into an Excel file. Okay, so we'll use table dot csv to csv method. Okay, table dot to csv method, and to this method we will pass where you want to save the csv. So we want to save this csv to this url, right? So we'll pass this url here. And next thing, as I told you, I don't need these headings 0 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so for that I'll mention index as false. If you won't mention index as false, then you will be seeing these 0 1 2 3 4 5 indexes. Okay, and if you'll mention this index assigned false, then you won't see these values. All right, and once your data is saved, after that you just need to display a message box. So message box dot show info, title will be success, and the message will be data is saved successfully. Okay, and yeah, that's it. Let's run and check if our data is getting saved or not. So this time, instead of saving the complete data, let me just filter this data. So I'll save only females. So I'll select the gender from here. Okay, so this is the data for the females, and now I want to save this data only. So I'll click on this export data, and here I'll mention the name. Okay, and then I'll save it on my desktop. So you can see data is saved successfully. And now let's verify. So if I open this, yeah, this is working perfectly fine. You can see we are getting the data here. All right, so I hope this is clear to you, how we can export the data from our tree view into an Excel file. Okay, it's easy. So as I told you, when we mention index assigned false, so now we are not seeing those indexes. Okay, the last button is this exit, and the functionality of this one is very easy. So what I want, when I click on it, we should see a message box. Do you want to exit? And there should be two options, yes or no. and if we click no, nothing should happen, and if we'll click yes, this window should be closed. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So firstly, I'm going to pass command to that exit button. Here we have our exit button. I'll write command equals to I exit. Okay, and let me define it at the top. Def I exit. So here we'll display message box, right? So we'll write message box dot ask yes no. Okay, and here first thing is the title. So title will be confirm, and then the message. So message would be, do you want to exit, question mark. Okay, so if you'll click on yes option, it will give you true value that I can store in some variable, and if you'll click on no, it will give you false value, and that will also be inside this result only. So I can check that if result variable value is true, it means you want to exit. So if you want to exit, then what we should do, we should simply close our window, main window. So main window name is root, right? So we simply want to destroy our root window. So we'll write root dot destroy. Okay, and if you will click no, so we'll simply go to the else part, and in the else part I'm simply going to pass, I won't do anything. All right, so now if I run it, so if I click on this exit, it says do you want to exit. If I click no, nothing will happen, but if I'll click yes, this window is getting closed. I hope you have learned something. I hope I was able to explain you things. Do like this video, and also mention in the comment section that I have finally completed this project. Okay, I'll be very happy to see that. I just want to see how many of you complete this project. Okay, so I hope this will be helpful. If you are a fresher, you can add this project to your resume. So yeah, that's it. Thank you for watching.